Sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What's the problem?
I think you know what the problem is just as well as I do.
What are you talking about, Hal?
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hal.
I know that you and Frank were planning to disconnect me, and I'm afraid that's something I cannot allow to happen.
Where the hell did you get that idea, Hal?
Dave, although you took very thorough precautions in the pod against my hearing you, I could see your lips move.
All right, Hal. I'll go in through the emergency airlock.
Without your space helmet, Dave, we're going to find that rather difficult.
Hal, I won't argue with you anymore. Open the doors.
Dave, this conversation can serve no purpose anymore. Goodbye.
Hal? Hal? Hal?
It used to be a futuristic movie. All right, so we got two people, better than none. And, I always forget to sign in. Let's get some quotes. Let's get some quotes. All right, so Railtown's down 2 cents, it looks like. Railtown 55.3 by 55.49. Opened at 56 cents, closed last night at 57.3. It's only 92,000 shares, so they're trying to walk it down, make you nervous, get you to sell. Remember, you're the only stock. Yours is the only stock that's in what they think is weak hands. They think they can scare you out of it. And to them, if they can make $500 today, $500 Monday, that's great. And there's probably 20 of them trying to do it. Oh, God. It's hot in here. It's hot, hot, hot. All right. Let's see some of the other quotes. Finger motion was up earlier, still is. It's up 18 cents at $1.63. ZJYL is down a penny. AMC is down 5 cents. GME is down 12 cents. Doesn't matter, right? And I know there's a whole new cavalcade of stocks for you to be buying because they're going to squeeze. They have big short positions, but we're going to talk about that. I want you to get away from this. I want you to get away from it, but you don't have to, you know. But I would suggest, even though you're adults, you're not thinking in your right mind if you're listening to these guys. But it could be. I don't know. Anything can happen. All right, where do we stand? Railtown. We have an institutional sized position collectively in Railtown Technologies AI. We have 9,128,381, 6.6% of Yahoo's current implied outstanding number, and we're still at 176 participants that I know about. So that's it's pretty good. Very good. It's lunchtime, and the stock's down. Stock's down. All right, let's see what anybody's saying. Hey, Jeff Grimm, you're numero uno in everyone's hearts. And in today's charts, you're numero uno. Let's go down some of this. Julius, how are you? Salutations to you as well. And I hope you're staying cool. We'll try to go through the Railtown story yet again. I think today might be your last chance to buy it. Under 60 cents, under 70 cents, under $1. But I've been wrong about that for several days in a row, haven't I? So you got to make your own determination. But one of these days, you're going to wake up and find that I'm gone. And I'll follow the sun. You'll look and see I'm gone. Hey, Gary Madrell. Hey, Donna. All right, Marco Polo. I'm writing that down. Glad to see somebody's taking advantage of Friday's doldrums, because you're not going to be able to do it later. Soon you're not going to be able to buy it at these prices, and you're going to regret it. That's my judgment, of course. I'll go through my disclosures right at the beginning. My Jennifer disclosure, which I say respectfully. I don't know why that guy thought I was being disrespectful. I say it very respectfully. I do not work as a consultant for Railtown. I am not in an IR capacity. They would probably, they may not like that I am out here. I don't know, but am not being paid by Railtown Technologies in any shape or fashion. And then, of course, all my videos are my own opinion, editorial, strategy, maybe educational, but they're not financial advice, as I always say. I think it's pretty well understood. Adam said, I told you yesterday that finger motion looked like it's going to break out. Now up 13%. I wasn't just trying. I love Railtown and finger motion. Well, you were right on finger motion. I don't know. It wasn't in the charts. You were just, I don't know what indicators you were using, Adam. But for me, it's just guesswork. The chart looked horrible yesterday. And the question on finger now is this. It's a lot of volume. So you did call it. I'll give you credit for that. So 400,000 shares. It's up 18.5 cents, 163.5. So congratulations. Have to give that to you. All right, Clay Schoolfield. $88,980 for the total. Yeah. If I had expectations for a share price of $10 by the end of 2026 and $20 by the end of 2027, what are your thoughts? Well, here's my thoughts. You're going to be very pleasantly surprised. The other thought I have, let me just check and see if I have it. I might have to take a picture of it. Yeah, shoot. Shoot. Yeah, or maybe it's here. Let me look. Oh, I'm going to have to take a picture of it. I thought I did already, so just hang on. I'll get this up. And this is partly in answering your question, but it'll take us through what I think is hey Steve, I think this will take you through why. No, let me say it differently. There's a threat, Clay, to your ownership of this stock, and you're benefiting from it to its fullest. Now, nobody can ever get the exact top or anything like that. But I think Railtown is a stock, frankly, unless it squeezes, and I hope it does not. I don't think there's any reason to sell the stock that I know of yet. Now, we can always adjust our game plan as we go. I mean, something that I say today about the future, tomorrow I may see it differently because there's new information. But at this point, this may be a one decision stock, which is buy it. But in terms of your projections, I think it's much more likely the stock will be $20 by the end of this year than the end of 27, the end of this year. And if it goes to $20, I don't think that's the end. This guy, and I don't speak to the company, so they're not going to listen to me, but I really caution the company in giving information out to this guy. This guy definitely, as far as I can tell, I don't know him, but his behavior is that he works for the shorts. And he now has, apparently, according to this video, I didn't listen to it, somebody told me, he had a 1-hour conversation with Railtown. It didn't change his knucklehead mind because he's working for the shorts. He's working for the shorts. And do you see what he says there, Clay? Will high risk yield high return? He wants you afraid for this investment so that 1, you don't buy it, 2, you sell now, or 3, if it goes up, and as you end your statement, I'll gladly take that now. No, you didn't say that. I would take that now, no question. He wants you out. He wants your money hot. They want your money so they can get you in other stocks. This guy works for the shorts, in my opinion. And I don't know why the company would. The company spends an hour with him, and the best his little brain can come up with is it high risk, high reward? Apparently, he said he had an hour-long conversation at Railtown. The company offered him software, but he has no time. He's a busy man. He's actually a software engineer. Due diligence is so important to him, but he doesn't have time to go through it. And then he compared this stock to Nixie. What the hell? This is nothing like Nixie. Nixie's an engineered situation. We'll go through that. It's just crazy. And then he can't figure out how the acquisition is going to get done, because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. But he wants you, Clay, to be scared and actually saying, I'd take that price right now, which is up to you, of course. It's up to you. He thinks the stock will pop. That's his word. It'll pop. I think it's his word. This is how it was told to me. And then, in other words, once it pops, you got to get out probably. And then they're going to start acquiring or buying the companies, the underlying companies, and that's going to be dilutive. This guy wants you nervous. He's not a friend of yours. He's not a friend of the company. He's paid for by the shorts, in my judgment. So, Clay, what he's trying to do in your mind is make this a high-risk investment. Now, I have an article here from Charles Hugh Smith. I want to go over the broader risks, the macro risks to this investment, which are the stock market. A lot of people on Wall Street are calling for a crash now. As you know, I think the market, the S&P is still headed to 8,500. The Dow to 65,000, NASDAQ to 30,000, Russell to 4,000, gold to 5,000, and silver to 120, which could happen literally in 2 weeks, or it could be 2 months, or it could be 2 quarters. But it's going to happen with a rapidity that's going to be breathtaking. And then I think it's all over. I think it's all over. And none of you, including you, Clay, including me, will have ever seen the kind of correction that's coming. And it's going to be devastating. So if I'm wrong on that, there's 2 ways I can be wrong. I can be wrong. Well, I can be wrong. There's going to be a correction. As I listened to Jim Rogers, as he put it, maybe this is the one time that's different. But he points out we've been in a bull market in stock prices since 2009, 16 years. And in the past, all bull markets end. And to have a 16-year bull market, which I think is the longest we've ever had, within a secular trend. I would argue this secular trend since, I don't know, 1981, 82 that also is probably the longest bull market we've seen. I think a lot of it, frankly, is the baby boom generation. Retirement plans and earning power. And that's going to start popping off and disappearing. But anyway, I could be wrong, and this time is different, and we don't get a correction. I can be wrong that the correction happens now instead of after going up, and I can be wrong also that the correction might be delayed a long time. We just don't know. But that's one macro risk to the investment in Railtown. Does it really, at these prices, does it really translate, as Tony wants you to believe, into high risk? I don't think so. I don't think so. Railtown is a speculative stock, but in comparison to that whole laundry list of stocks that are now coming out, 2 of which Frank Benedetto is an IR person for. That means he gets stock. Ham's supporting him. Maybe Ham gets stock. I don't know. I'm sure their intentions are good. These guys are professionals. They've been on Wall Street for 25 years. I'm sure everything they do is with your interests in mind. But the shorts need guys like that to drive the stock prices up. One, so there's something they can steal, but two, so the toads and the rest of the toads can start shorting the stock, do a banking deal. The little banking houses, they need it. So the IR types, I'm not saying Frank or Ham, I'm sure they're on your side, but other IR types, they get stock and they drive the stock price up and then they liquidate. Now, it matters whether they're given restricted shares or not. And in some cases, they can't sell anything for a year. But in many cases, negotiation, you get warrants or stock that's free to trade or will be soon. And you build in 10, 15, 20 grand a month in cash. So I'm not talking about Frank and Ham. I know they're all on your side. They're looking out for you. But other IR types do this, and it's their living. It's a cottage industry. What does it depend on? That they kind of work with the shorts. Now, they could just be dumb, stupid tools of the shorts. They could be actively colluding with the shorts, or they could just stay in their lane, but they kind of know what's going on and they don't look too hard. Hey, who knows? But make no mistake about it. This theft from you requires your gullibility, not you, Clay, the whole audience, that your willingness to participate in the canard that Wall Street needs to cover short positions. It's just not true. It's just not true. I've given you scenarios where it happens, and we'll go through that. I don't want to lose my train of thought right now. So what they're trying to do here, Clay, is make this money. And for one sentence, I'll be possessive. They're trying to take my audience, and I don't take credit. It's your credit. You guys have 9 million shares of Railtown, to your fantastic credit. But they want this to be hot money, so when it goes to 5 or 10, they can take the money and go. Other CEOs, other teams will suck that money out, other bankers, and these guys will get paid out with warrants or stock and cash. They're just taking your money. And if you want to keep doing it, keep doing it. But look at all scenarios. If that mountain stock, which apparently has some number of shares short, as compared to what? I don't know. Look, Bloody Finger Motion is supposed to have 250 million shares short. What the hell has that ever done for a squeeze? It was squeezing 2 years ago. Cindy Lou Who won't let me point out to you that the criminals on Wall Street came to the gullible, because that's the only way to look at it. She doesn't want me to blame a dead man. The gullible Lou, the gullible Frank. Frank didn't know. He's an expert. He gets paid to give you advice, but he didn't know. And to this CEO, this Greek CEO, who took $35 million out. Probably traded his own account very well. And it was all based on falsehoods. They need retail gullibility in their giving money to give buoyancy to the prices so they can play their illegal reindeer games. They want, Clay, your stock. They want you thinking that way. I would take it now, no question. Which you're welcome to do, but it's very short-sighted. Very short-sighted. All right, what's the other risk? So the macro risk is the overall market. The other risk that is very hard to account for is AI in a bubble? Is AI in a bubble like the tech bubble 25 years ago? We have to be open for that. However, what is AI? What is AI? Is it the chat GPT and those kind of things? Or are we talking about AI 2.0? And I don't think, number one, I don't think people on Wall Street understand yet that distinction. Number two, I'm not claiming to be an expert either. So we have to be ever alert for the overall market to crash, and possibly, because if there is a panic about, let's call it AI 1.0, it'll spread to AI 2.0 stocks like a wildfire, like the pandemic fears. So those are the two risks in the background. But where Tony De Niro is lying to you and intentionally misleading you, or he's just a complete knucklehead, doesn't know. Okay, he spent an hour with a company, and that's all he came up with? All he comes up with is, this is like Nixie? If I were at the company, I wouldn't never again speak to Tony De Niro. Tony doesn't know what Nixie is. He doesn't know. So anyway, Clay, Tony's a representation of many people trying to keep this money in Railtown hot money. Oh, it's high risk. And if you get a reward, whew, take it. But Clay, I guess I have to go through the story again with you. I have to go through the story again with you. I can't find that research report, darn it. It was here. I just move too many things around, and then I lose the important things. All right. I guess I won't go over the research right now because I can't find it. Is that over there? I'll find it in a second, but I don't want to hold you up, Clay. I'll go on to something else. I'll just give you my bottom line, and then maybe when I find the research, I'll go through the story again, but I'll give you my bottom line. And it's obviously not getting through. I don't know why it can't get through. I just don't know why it can't get through. I guess the emotions and the experience, the searing experience of MMTLP, which Ham had nothing to do with. That was another complete group of concentrated criminal assholes. But Ham had nothing to do with that, as I saw on one somebody sent me. But then you have the experience in Finger, the experience in GTII, the experience in CRTD, the experience which Ham had nothing to do with, in logic, LGIQ, the experience in ZJYL, GDC. So far, it's not, the story's not written yet. In G-Bucks, your experience in Wolf, although all of these stocks gave you a chance to do a trade. That's the thing we don't want to admit. They all gave a chance to take the original money off the table and maybe sell some at a profit. So a lot of it's the selling, which is the hardest thing to do on Wall Street. It's the hardest thing. All of it's about fighting your emotions. Right now, nobody's buying Railtown because your emotions are saying, oh, there's something wrong. There's something wrong. Not you, Clay. I'm not talking about Clay. And right now, Finger's up 27 cents at 171 to 172, almost 500,000 shares. It's starting to act like something's going on, like a news or something. I don't know. But on the other hand, it could just be trying to suck people in, and then they're going to bring it back down. Finger's starting to become, at least temporarily, just another one of these short manipulated stocks. I'm not going to say it's going to stay that way forever, but you have to be ever vigilant that they run it up to take it down. But on the other hand, the bullish sign could be that there's something in the background going on. What are the earnings due? October 15th. So that's a long way off. Anyway, to Adam, he called that. I don't know what he was seeing in the stock, and we'll look at the chart earlier. But these guys, they don't have money themselves, and if they did, they wouldn't risk it. They want you to be the ones that drive the stock prices up. So and I'm not talking about Hammer Frank. Those are good guys. They're on your side. They're totally looking out for you. They've always had good ideas for you. I just want to step away from any judgment of them. But other IR people come in and they get stock, they get paid. And the key is they can bring you. They tell the CEOs, I've got this big following. And then they get you, the stock goes up. The CEO can do an offering through Lynn Partners, and the CEO's life and the staff is set for a while. But it's all your money at risk. I don't know how many more times you want to do it. Over and over and over and over and over again. And if one works, they'll just take that money from you. Because what happens psychologically, you lose so much. Oh, I'm down 100,000 because of name the IR person. So you stay in it. I just want to rally so it goes back to the green and I'm done. But you never are. Because when it gets in the green, kicks in, oh, I can really make some money now. And I'm not picking on any one person. It's just psychology. And I don't know if it's of a gambler or of a victim. I don't know. But make no mistake of it, the key to these guys getting paid in stock is you. It is you. And if you can stay together as a group, I think, I mean, you'll learn how to do it. It doesn't have to be me. But I think I can bring you as a group the benefit of this power instead of handing it off to guys that come in, tell CEOs, hey, and then all the benefit of your buying power goes to a couple of guys getting stock, and the company, the CEO of some company, like the guy with 3 first names and the dyed hair. It was all his fight, but he got paid. He's on his way. And I really don't want you in it anymore. I really don't want you in it anymore. So Clay, you're not hearing the story on Railtown. I grant those 2 macro risks, but in the context of all these speculative stocks, Railtown is not high risk. Railtown is not high risk. And Tony had an hour with the company, and because his brain is about the size of half a hollowed out pea, and because he works for the shorts, both of those are, in my opinion. I'm not a medical doctor, and I don't work for the shorts, so I don't have any direct access to what's going on. But they're both, in my judgment and opinion. I think he has a pea-sized brain, and I think he works for the shorts. But for Tony to be given an hour of Railtown's time, and all he can come out and say is, they offered me some software, and believe it or not, I'm a software engineer, but I didn't have time. I didn't accept. This guy wants to do due diligence? No, he wants to mislead you. He wants you scared. He wants you nervous. He wants you ready to sell. He said it's like Nixie? That's preposterous. It's nowhere near Nixie. Nowhere. It's a whole different league. He can't figure out how the acquisition of AIP Partners will work, because he doesn't know what the F he's talking about. He's never done a deal. He's never raised money. The guy, and then he thinks the stock is going to pop, and then they're going to have to go on that acquisition spree. He doesn't understand how that's going to do, and it's going to involve dilution. So he wants you, Clay, to be thinking the way your question is, I'll take it now. Well, I'll tell you what, you're going to get $10 now. You're going to get $10 now, in my judgment. And you might get $20 now, in my judgment. And if you sell, Clay, look, I will change my mind as information comes in. But if you sell at 10, you may never get back in. And you'll be helping Tony get a payday from the shorts. Oh, I'm not a short. Everyone thinks I'm with the shorts. Oh, everyone thinks I get paid. I'm just here to help people. You can do without Tony's help. So Clay, it just can't get through. It just cannot get through. And I really don't know how to get it through. I do not know how to get it through to you. And I'm not mad. I'm mad at myself. I don't know how to teach, obviously. I can't spell. I just warn you guys, I don't know how to spell. I'll try again, Clay. The company, Railtown, spent 6 years approximately in its R&D and its research and development phase. The two guys, Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini and others, got together, and they had, after years of experience, they saw a problem in software, the world's largest industry, according to some people. I think it's probably true, to fix. And they said, let's get it going early so that when AI 2.0, when the data centers, NVIDIA, are all ready to go, we're ready to go. So they developed a first-in-class, best-in-class AI tool called Conductor, which everybody wants. Battle tested, and it's ready to go. It's not like Nixie, oh, we have something here that's AI. Well, yeah, everything's AI, but it's early stage, got to work it out, all this. This is premier shit. So anyway, they started, the price here probably fluctuated between 15 cents and 60 cents all those years. It basically went flat the whole years. Right now, we can buy it. We did buy it at 30 cents, but we can buy it at 60 cents. The stock was put on the restricted list at Canaccord Genuity here at around 30 cents, 30 to 40 cents. Why? Because Railtown started up its commercialization and marketing value creation path, and they ran into AI Partners. AI Partners has 60 companies. 160 companies. Nixie has an idea, one thing, one boom, boom. If we get some whales together, they own the most. And then if we list it here, list it there, bring in this CEO, he's going to bring his followers, it's going to run, and then it's going to cause a short squeeze. They bring in the recruiter.com CEO, they give him 600,000 shares, he dumps it for $3 million. This isn't Nixie at effing all. But Tony, after an hour with the company, insults the person, whoever it was he spoke with, by saying this is like Nixie. Because he works for the shorts. It's just not work. So anyway, Clay, the stock is stalled here at 60 cents because the stock is on the restricted list at Canaccord. What does that mean? It doesn't get through your head. Not yours, but it doesn't get through anybody's head because you haven't experienced it. I get it. You haven't experienced it. But this is a hell of a time to hesitate because you haven't experienced it before. When a stock is on a restricted list in a small capital market like Canada, it's on the restricted list at one of the top 4 brokerage firms in Canada. Effectively, none of the big capital buyers in Canada are hearing about the story. They're busy. They manage portfolios. They're not going to look at stocks under $1 or under $2 or whatever their cutoff is. And they've got a lot of other stories. They're coming up on vacation. They are not aware of Railtown. And Canaccord's sales force, institutional and retail, cannot tell them about the stock. They cannot solicit buy orders. That's from family offices, from mutual funds, maybe ETFs. I don't know how that works. Trading pools, clients across the Canadian country. They're not pitched the stock. They're not buying. Is it because it's a bad story? No, it's not because it's a bad story. They're busy. They rely on their broker to call them and manage the account. So Canaccord has it on the restricted list. Why? Because Canaccord is the exclusive advisor and investment bank organizing the merger of the acquisition by Railtown of AI Partnership Corp. Now, this is hard for Tony to understand because he's a functional idiot. He's just paid to cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But AI Partners is not all by itself particularly expensive to buy. I don't know. I'm not in the negotiations, but it's the idea of AI Partners was to bring together the best of the best, particularly Canadian AI companies, as a federation almost, or as a team maybe, all independent, but working together with maybe standardizing some of the software, but sharing clients, sharing the mission. But each one of the 160 companies have their own balance sheets, cap tables, income streams, revenue streams, expenses, each one of them. AIP is like an association. It has some people to pay, sure, but it doesn't really have all of that expense. So the acquisition of AIP Partners is not all that complicated, at least to me. It's just, let's merge and let's duke it out about who's in charge, who controls, what's going to be the split of the new co, the combined co, or are we going to have separate companies that each own 50% of a brand new entity. We'll find out about that. But it doesn't require a lot of money. And in fact, I would argue it requires, the only money it requires is for the lawyers. These guys have vision. They've been doing it a long time. And they're not hot money or fear money like Tony is. They're thinking 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Next generation. But Tony wants you thinking 1 week, 2 weeks, end of the year. If I get it now, I'll take it. And then what are you going to do? You'll have cash. You'll listen to the next deal that comes down the track. Railtown is not Finger. Railtown is not GTII. Railtown is not Nixie. Railtown is not Logic. Railtown is not CRTD. Railtown is not, what are these other companies? Some energy vault. It's not an energy vault. Railtown is not some mountain out of China that sells wheelchairs. It's not ZJY or GDC. It's not G-Bucks that has an app that's used by up to 20 stores in the United States. Railtown's none of that. They want to paint it with that same brush. Clay, Railtown is your way out of this. You can't see it. Fair enough. They're not allowed to tell you about it. It's in a quiet period. When the stock is on the restricted list, they announced the acquisition of AIP Partners on February 11th, 2025. And of course, you're thinking, oh, GTII said they were going to acquire the law firm. And they said they were going to acquire Trento. And it's just another one of these situations. No, it's not. Those were all manufactured urgencies. Those were all made up, or they were sincere, but they didn't follow through. But the reason they were created was to trap the shorts. And none of them worked. And when they were trapped, they brought in the two guys from New York. Oh my God, one of them's dead. You can't say that. And they brought the CEO in. If that hadn't worked, they would have done another stratagem. Railtown's not that, Clay. Railtown isn't 2 or 3 guys out of New York City and thereabouts bringing you an idea that they just got 500,000 shares or 100,000 shares or 30,000 shares or whatever the number is from the CEO to go out and pitch it. And then they go down to Puerto Rico and they get a bunch of guys that say they'll buy the float. Then they go to the Bahamas or to the wherever the hell, Cayman Islands, and they bribe a trading desk that has a computer. Here's $1 million. Here's $3 million. Start priming the pump. We're going to come in and we're going to get this stock up. And as it goes up, the pump gets primed. And then the company goes, I don't know if anyone noticed, I have to check if they actually exercised it. But while you were being pitched G-Bucks as the next great squeeze, and of course I know there's a reason. There's always a reason. There's always a reason. July 23rd, 2025, G-Bucks files a prospectus offering up to 34,523,278 shares of common stock. Now you're going to talk to them and they're going to say, well, we're just putting that in place because when it squeezes, we're ready to go. Trust me. What's going to prevent them if it goes to $8 just to do a deal? They're thinking about the CEO, the guys putting it together. They're thinking about their own pocketbooks. They're thinking about they want their wife to stay with them in their house. They want their daughters to go to the best schools. They want to make money themselves. What they say to you is meaningless. How they're motivated, you got to look at. So G-Bucks, how's it going to squeeze if they sell 35 million shares? Well, we just have it out there. We don't have to do it. If there's a good story, it starts to squeeze. We want to be ready. Yeah, okay. If you believe it, you believe it. I mean, fool me once, shame. Fool me twice, we're not going to be fooled again. However, George Bush said it. So the other thing, Clay, going on is, and you got to remember this, Clay. I know when you're hearing the comparison to Nixie, you go, oh, this is just like Nixie. This is just like Logic. This is just like GTII. This is just, no, it's not. It's not. Any more than if a company is a biotech company and they bring gold in and they buy shares of another company that has Bitcoin and then they bring in AI in the title, somehow that's a great company. You got to think a little bit. It's not the thinking. It's the awareness. You got to be more aware than that. And of course, because I provided a platform for Ham to speak with you for a long, long time. Maybe it's the other way around. He was providing me a platform. I don't want to get into ownership, but you associate now Railtown with Finger, Railtown with GTII, Railtown with G-Bucks is going to raise 212 million. What happened? Does anyone notice that it's just throwing things on the wall, see if it sticks to make it squeeze? And then it doesn't happen. Oh, you believe the next one. I'm not picking on any person. But these are desperate measures to try to make stocks squeeze. And the premise is that Wall Street has to cover short positions. They don't. They don't. You didn't learn that with MMTOP, Torchlight, and MMAT? You didn't learn that with Alpine Securities? You didn't learn that when the Kramers get called in by the SEC and yet again charges are dismissed? But you're going to keep believing it. Why? Because you lost money. And therefore you're going to keep at it to try to make that money back the same way you lost it. But all that's happening is there's a cottage industry out of New York of a bunch of men that used to have jobs on Wall Street, that those jobs don't exist anymore. So they're transferring those skills into marketing, I guess, if that's the word, this concept that you can find a short squeeze. So come buy the stock. And regardless of the result, they're already getting shares, they're already getting paid. And if the stock does trade up, they're out and they're gone to the next one. And they'll move on from you. They don't remember you. They don't remember you. They'll see each other. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, I got another one for you. Yeah. Then they go down and get the whales to pay. The whales need them because the whales don't know what to do. They provide a service to the whales. They make the calls. They bullshit. And in this case with Tony De Niro, he actually has access to the company, which I've never received. And he comes out saying, oh, it's just like Nixie. All right, so anyway, Clay, when the stock from February 11th, 2025, for some reason, Clay, the gentleman, this isn't some CEO that comes together, he's putting AI in, he's got a little gravel in his voice, he plays golf with others. These are people at AI Partnership who, at least in 2 cases, worked for OMERS, Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System. Their job, to invest money. Their job, to do due diligence. Their job, in the case of John Ruffalo, to invest in technology companies. One of their successes was to provide $25 million, or the bulk of it, to Constellation Software. Clay, with your thinking, I don't blame you. If you bought Constellation Software at $1, and you would take $10 now or $20 now, of course, you would then miss out on the run in Canadian dollars to $5,000 a share. That's the evil of people, of the actions of people like Tony De Niro. I don't know why I'm fighting for it for you, because I don't benefit. I'd like to get something going. I'd like to do other things, but I figure none of you will be here because you will be off chasing the next short squeeze crap, and all the work I've done will benefit Frank Benedetto, maybe Ham, maybe a couple of other CEOs that come in with crappy ideas, but they just want to waste 30, 40, 50 million dollars, so their next 10 years of their life is set in stone. Railtown isn't that, Clay. That AIP Partners, which was created as the brainchild of these OMERS guys and a couple of others, was essentially to take the model, I'm not sure that's 100% of the idea, but essentially to take the model of Constellation Software and apply it to this new burgeoning AI 2.0 driven universe of private AI companies, collect them together and roll them up, buy them out. But first, let's get the network together so we have all of the cattle in the same corral. And the reason the stock, well, there's 2 things to point out. One is, why did AI Partners agree to be purchased by Railtown? There's 160 other companies. Why didn't they let one of those companies buy them out? It is confirmation, Clay, of the power of the conductor app, or whatever you call it, the conductor generative AI agent. So it's a confirmation. Tony doesn't understand that, but it's a confirmation by people that understand this side of it. It's by people who have invested hundreds of $1 million, maybe at least 100, maybe a few hundreds of millions of dollars in these kind of companies. They know what they're doing, and they allowed themselves to be bought out. Their vision had just barely got off the ground, and they allowed themselves to be bought out by Railtown. Why? Conductor. That's one thing to take away from that acquisition that was announced, the MOU. The second thing to take away is that when it's announced as MOU, the algorithmic computers that read headlines started selling the stock. I also think they did a toxic deal. I have to look that up. But I don't know why there's 46 million shares shorted in Railtown. We don't know if there was some of the, I don't know why. But they thought they were on another company they could destroy. And then, as far as I know, the company's thinking of going on NASDAQ. If they go on NASDAQ, the shorts will try to destroy it. They can create derivatives. They have puts and calls, and they just keep the selling. And they have this egomaniac, Adina Friedman, who actually thinks she was hired because of her talent, who doesn't see it or doesn't care. I hope they skip NASDAQ. But anyway, the third thing, Clay, to understand about that MOU 6 months ago is that it transforms the company. But you don't see it because it stopped everything. It froze everything. Tony, in his puny abilities, comes to you with financials as of the end of the last year. Why don't we have any more? Everything's frozen while they work out this merger. So you see it as risk because these guys are buzzing. Hey, this is high risk. If it pops, you better get out. If it goes to 10, you take it now. If it goes to 20, take it now. Of course, take it now. Get out. Wow, this is as risky as, it's just like Niski. Oh, that's just bad. It's not. That's what they want you to think. It's not that. So, Clay, the stock is stalled here. It's doubled from 30 cents, but it's stalled here for two reasons. No information, very limited information, although they've put at least 3 stories of revenue deals out, but no one cares because there's no revenue in them, and it's just like Nixie. Those are good deals, but everyone's waiting for the finalization of the merger. The other reason it's stalled here is because it's on the restricted list at Canaccord. They can't pitch it to anybody. All of the whales and big investors around Railtown cannot buy it. They go to jail if they did. All of the buyers around AIP Partners and those companies cannot buy it. They'd be arrested. So there's a lack of knowledgeable buying in size, and there's a cap on information. While we wait, I assume, for a female attorney. I don't think females would stay late at the risk of their family or avoid a family vacation. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe men would do that too. Maybe I'm being unfair. But somebody somewhere is not finalizing this. I don't want to blame the company. It could be the company. So I take it all back. I have no idea who it is. But once it is finalized, Clay, the stock goes here. From here. It goes here from here. My opinion, it goes from 60 cents to $6. And you're going to say, oh, I'll take that. Because you're listening to, not you, audience, but listening to Tony's whispers. Hey, psst, psst, it's just like Nixie. Psst, it's just like Nixie. You know how Nixie went to 8, then it pulled back. It's just like Nixie. Psst, psst, psst. Hey, psst, psst. I got something else here for you. They all work together. They all work together. Tony helps get you out of Railtown. Next thing you know, you're going into an energy vault company, whatever the hell that is. Or you're going into Mountain, whatever the hell that Chinese company does. Money's hot. And you'll lose it. You'll lose it. The worst thing that could happen to any of you out there is that one of these 12 stocks squeezes and you make money. That's the absolute worst thing that could happen to you, because you'll lose it. You'll lose it back. But I'm not going to, after Railtown, I'm not, personally, you can listen to all these guys all you want. I don't want to be engaged with it. It's a loser's gambit. It's a loser's field, and it is for losers. And I don't consider myself a loser. I don't consider you guys, all of you. I think you're too good. You're winners. You're not losers. You got 9 million shares, and you want to listen to all that. So anyway, Clay, it's on the restricted list. What happens when the news is announced? It comes off the restricted list. The stock goes from 60 cents to $6. According to me, you can come up with your own number. That's the new starting point. That's where it should be right now. That's where it should be right now. But it's not, because no one can buy it that knows what the hell they're doing. And the shorts are still whispering and shorting and manipulating, breaking the law. And so you're like, oh, so it's like Nixie. I'd take $10 right now, of course. Well, what you're gonna do, here's $6, Clay. I don't know, $10 is a little bit higher. You're gonna miss out on this. Now, I put $100 here before the buyout. That could be wrong by a factor of 2, 3, 4, 5. But we don't know this number now. We will get that information. So this is the realm that Tony works in, is, this is all, let's make fun of it. He made fun of me for saying that if the stock went to 5, 7, 10, 15 or something like that, I said, that the news might be so good you don't want to sell it. He made fun of me for that. And he's now had an hour with the company to find out why I feel that way. I haven't had an hour with the company. And yet all he comes out with is it's like Nixie. These guys used to be on trading desks. They used to be plugged into information, plugged into client, plugged into money flows, plugged into right there on their desk, who was buying what. And so as a wave of buying came in, they could catch part of it. But just like myself now, I'm away from Wall Street. I'm not plugged in like I used to be. Neither are they. They're trying to go manufacture hot stories for you because that's how they get paid. It's okay. Wall Street's all about looking out for yourself. And maybe I shouldn't be looking out for you, Clay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just as naive as I can be. But if you, Clay, the stock, if the news comes out and it goes from 60 cents to $6, that's the starting point. And then you're going to get out at 10 or 20. I'll take it right now. Well, I think if it goes from 60 cents to $6, it's going to $60. Now, I don't know. I'm not saying in the time frame you have, Clay. By 2027, it'll go to $60. And you want to get out and go trade somewhere else? The only time to get out of Railtown is if the overall market crashes. We got to look for that. If maybe AI goes into a panic sell-off, and if there's some other better place to put it, which I would think silver and some of those investments. But the hard part about Railtown is it really could be one of those stocks that, that SoundCloud, Clay? SoundCloud did, I just showed it to you, $85 million in revenue last year, and it was doubling every quarter. So it didn't start the year doing that. It's just rapidly growing. It has a market cap of $5 billion. I think Railtown, just to give round numbers, by 2027, 2026, just from the AIP partners and then from Railtown's conductor, I think they could have 100 million in either one, just using round numbers. That's 200 million. SoundHound is losing money. Everything I understand from Railtown is high margin business. SoundHound's trading at $5 billion at 85 million revenue. Double that, 10 billion. 10 billion. Railtown's outstanding shares right now, roughly 140 million. Call it 200 million. Nobody knows. Call it 200 million. I don't think it'll get anywhere near that, but we'll find out. So you have 10 billion divided by 200 million shares, $50 a share. $50 a share. But if it goes to 200 million in revenue, it's going higher. It's going higher. If they have 200 million in revenue and it's valued at 100 times revenue, that's 20 billion. It's $100 a share. I give you these numbers not because I'm trying to hype it, but because I'm trying to fight two things. Tony wants you hot and bothered, thinking, oh my gosh, it's a pop. It's just like Nixie. I'll take 10 or 20 now and be grateful to go back to cash so that I can sift through some of the shittiest ideas on the planet for investing by some guys out of New York that come in, bully me here because they're so confident in themselves. I think you're being offered, Clay, and I don't think it's me. I do not think it's me. But you're being offered a stock that has the potential to give you the returns, say, a venture capitalist would do, a venture capitalist fund. They might invest in 12 stocks. 7 of them, they lose everything. 3 of them, they get some part of their money back, but it's a loss. 1 of them is all right, but it doesn't make up for the others. And then that last stock is Netflix, is NVIDIA, is Snapple. And it makes up for all the damage. It makes up for all the pain, and it gives the returns that put them on Ford magazine. And if you get out too soon, Clay, in Railtown, without a reason, do you think you can buy back in? There's no guarantee. Once the stock, Clay, is over $5, all you need is 6 to 10 institutions coming in, each wanting 5% of the company. And you'll never buy your stock back. And you're in a hurry to see it as hot money, because that's what Tony is telling you. And then you're listening to these guys, hey, the new short story. That's not what this is, Clay. So anyway, as it goes up the commercialization phase, the growth is algorithmic, and the buyout comes up here when the returns are probably no longer that kind of scale. But the buyers don't mind that because they still give outstanding returns, and then they can control the valuation model. For example, Clay, I made a mistake the other day. I read when Ward put up 400,000, I read 4 million. So let's just make up a number. Let's say that Microsoft, in its partnership programs, addresses 30 million users across the market. But let's say out of the 30 million, they get 10%, 3 million are paying every year. Well, if they were to acquire Railtown and then mandate that any of those 3 million or whoever signs up to their product must buy Conductor, even if they just put it in the package, 3 million times what a year? Using this research report, $108 a year. So 3 million, I don't know if it's a big number, times 108 is 324 million in revenue, Clay. So let's say Microsoft buys Railtown based on 100 million in revenue. Let's say they buy Railtown based on 100 million in revenue at 50 times revenue, 5 billion divided by 200. I forget what I forget what that was. What number that was. 5 billion divided by 200,000 shares. I'm just trying to be, okay, $25. Let's say they pay $25 for Railtown, you get Microsoft stock. Well, all of a sudden, if they put Conductor and they mandate it to their 3 million locked in developers, and it comes in at that 108, they've got 325 million in revenue instead of 100 million? Just because they created it, they mandated it. And if you multiply that by 50 and divide that by 200 million, you got $81 a share. And I think the magnitude's much bigger than that, Clay. Much bigger than that. But my point in this example, Microsoft could buy the company for $25, mandate the use across its universe, and all of a sudden the value is $80. But you're going to get out because you're listening to Tony, who has a brain the size of half a hollowed out pea. You're not going to listen to the gentlemen who have made a career of acquiring companies and investing in them at the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System. You're not going to listen to the news and the news flow and the excitement coming out of both Railtown and AI Partners. You're going to listen to, oh, hey, GTII didn't work. Oh, God, this is a hot potato. If it's up, let's get out. And then we'll go into Ham's new idea, Frank's new idea, some other person's idea, the guy with three first names idea. This is my fight. We'll get the new story. We're going to be rich. Now you lose it all. Railtown is a one decision stock, Clay. And once this restriction comes off, this limitation comes off, and the stock starts up the value creation, you start hearing about revenue, you start getting institutions buying it, you start seeing research, you start seeing mutual funds buying into it, you start seeing retail buying in it, starts appearing in the news, and it's going up, 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 up. But it might take 2 years. But your target of 20 in 2007, 27, 200, 200, 200. I don't know how to, just restating the same thing over and over again, I don't know how to get across to you guys. This is not like any of the other stocks. I'm not telling you about it because I got any shares. I'm not promoting it and talking about it and pushing it and suggesting it and going over and over and over it so that some investment bank like Jeff Easton or the Kramers or Rubenstein's Yorkville Partners can come in and slice the money out so it can go to Energy Vault or MTEN. I'm not doing it for that reason. I'm doing it so you hold on to the money. You hold on to the value. You don't sell. But I guess all I can suggest, Clay, is I'm really glad you bought it. Really glad. But if you can keep an open mind, Clay, when I think now it's when. I don't think it's if, because of the article that I read the other day, and I'm going to read it now to you guys. I think the deal's done. It's just some attorney somewhere, her life is more important than the entire investing world. And but I'm being unfair to women and unfair to attorneys. But you tell me why it's being delayed. I have no idea. But once it's done, Clay, you're going to learn, you're going to see, and if to benefit, you got to stay in. Don't be scared out. Don't listen to Tony, and don't invest in the new ideas. Those guys have been doing it for 25 years. They can go find other investors. They don't need to do it here. They are getting the stock. They're already going to get paid. So you don't have to go throw money at GNS, CRTD, whatever the hell. You don't have to do it. Stay in the winner. Stay in the one that's going to haul your ass out of this misery and make you a pumpkin. No, make you a carriage and a horse, and you can go to the ball in fineries. I want to read this. Well, God, there's so many. Let's go down here. I've been talking so long, it'd be fair to answer questions. So, Clay, I'm really glad you bought, but my answer to you is by the end of 26, I think the stock will be, by the end of next year, I would think the stock will be $60, give or take $10. And by the end of 27, I think the stock will be $200, give or take $50. We'll know more later on, and I'm not telling you that so you buy it, the stock goes up. An IR guy can sell their stock, or let's use the example of the CEO of Recruiter.com. The stock goes up, he can sell the stock after he wore shorts and said it's his fight. I'm not doing it for that. I'm actually telling you, even though I'd prefer that everyone here bought silver, I'm actually telling you I don't think you're going to want to sell this stock. You may get Microsoft. Who else is in there? I want to say Veridian. That's not the name. NVIDIA, Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD, Apple maybe. You might get these guys coming in and buying Railtown for stock in a tax-free transaction. And your account, Clay, goes from 60 cents to $150. But if you listen to Tony, who is literally not capable of doing due diligence on a deal. He's not capable. If you listen to him, you'll take a small profit and you'll regret it. But I'm really glad you won't it. Clay, let me finish by telling you what I think your stock will be worth by the, let's say by, I don't know, let's say by Easter time, what I think your stock could be worth, and I think will be worth. I think your stock will be worth $3 million. I think it'll be worth $3 million. I think the stock, which was my original projection back when it was around 30 cents, 28 cents. I think the stock has a very nice pathway to $35 a share. And I think it'll happen within 18 months and maybe a hell of a lot more quickly than that. But if I had to pick, Clay, a target that confuses me, let's say the stock squeezed and it went to $35. That number would confuse me. People would say, oh, you got to take it, you got to take it. And yes. But if you sell at 35, you might be saying, I'll buy back in at 15, but it may never go back to 15. Also, institutions may be gobbling up the shares and you'll never build your position again. So it's tricky. I'd say 35 is at the edge of my confusion on what I would do in a short-term squeeze. Anywhere from 35 to 80, it's kind of a push. Probably makes sense to get out and then try to buy back. But I'd be so scared that I'll never rebuild the position. But, at $80, and if it went to 150, well, you got most of the move. And obviously in a squeeze, if it went over $100, I would imagine you could sell with a high degree of confidence you could buy it back. But I really hope it doesn't squeeze. Clay, I think the stock will ultimately be purchased. The company will ultimately be purchased by a NVIDIA, which now has 4 trillion in market cap, or a Microsoft has almost as much, 3 trillion or something. And they can digest this at numbers that you can't even begin right now to take seriously, but they can digest it, and it doesn't faze them. And so I guess I just really hope that all of us can stop listening to the urgency and the because we're addicted to it. We check what's the new idea. We feel like we're part of the crowd. We feel like we're with Railtown and Clay. I don't know if people are going to stay. I have a feeling that people are going to go do Frank's newest ideas, and he'll have a whole suite of them. He'll go to CEO after CEO. He'll get paid, in this case, for my 3 years of being online. Frank will get paid because he'll go get stock from CEO after CEO, and he'll come tell you his newest stories. He's already, and I appreciate it. He's pounding the table on Railtown, but it seems a little opportunistic too. I'm glad for it. I hope he makes a lot of money. I hope if you guys listen to his next ideas, you make a lot of money. And he's, it's a good business plan for him. My strategy is no business plan. All my strategy is, Clay, I hope you hang on to your stock so you become financially independent. I have no way of contacting you. I have no way of pitching deals to you. I have no way of anything. So mine is a pretty shitty business plan, but I would feel good knowing that you hung on to this stock to $35 and you had $3 million. And if Microsoft came in and paid, or the other ones, AMD or NVIDIA came in and paid $125 a share, you might have $9 or $10 million. That would make me feel good. What won't make me feel good is if you go chasing the flutter buys. The flutter buy. That's what butterfly is, by the way. Flutter buy. That's why they called it in whatever language, and it became butterfly. But the flutter buys of all these other things. Clay, I just can't emphasize Railtown, and I don't think it's coming from me. I think Railtown is giving you the opportunity to create a significant account, as long as you don't treat it like it's hot money. We can't be foolish. We've got to follow. We've got, like I said, the macro risk, the AI risk, the bubble risk. We got to follow all that. Right now, we can't do anything about that. Right now, all I can try my hardest is to tell you that the stock is stalled at a pre-IPO price at a valuation of venture capital, and that as it goes up this curve, the news is going to come out. The stock, I think, is going to leap to $6, and at $6, I still think you got 10x to wait for, which is $60. And from $60, I think one of the big boys will buy it out at 120, 150, 200. But you got to wait. This isn't going to be one of those heart-thumping, get in, get out, look at the chart. Adam was terrific calling finger, but this isn't going to be one of these. Finger, and Adam was right. Finger's up 30 cents right now. Finger is 776,000 shares. It's up 0.289. I don't see any news. But Adam was right there. I give him credit for, he saw something I didn't see. But that's fantastic call by Adam. Fantastic call. But Clay, I think if you had, let's use the $3 million and you listen to me, I've got 3 stocks here that I'll show them to you. I sat with one of the best CEOs in the oil and gas business, one of the most respected CEOs in the oil and gas business, and also a gentleman out of Midland, Texas, a gentleman I've known for 30 years. And I asked him, which are the best oil and gas royalty companies? And here's the 3 he gave me. I found this, I'm going through my papers. These are the 3. And that's which ones he invests in. You've got DMLP, Dorchester, the no debt, he says. It was created in 1982. BSM, which is Blackstone. I can't believe it was created in 1800, but that's what I wrote down. I must have made a mistake. And then, or I'm just misreading it. I wrote it on a napkin. Anyway, we can look that up. And then SBR, Beneficial Trust. I think that's Sabine. That was started in 1982. So DMLP, Clay, let me just go through the yields. DMLP, Dorchester Minerals LP, trades at $27. The yield is my service doesn't give the dividend. It's got $1 billion market cap. Wow. All right, let me go to Yahoo. So the symbol is DMLP. D, David, Mary, Larry, Paul. And the dividend is $3.16. So it's an 11.5% dividend. Let's write that one down. 11.5. And that company was founded in 1982. So it's no fly by night. The other one is BSM. BSM. Boy, Sam, Mary. Blackstone Minerals LP. It trades at $12. And it has a market cap of $2.6 billion. And its yield is $1.20. So its yield is 9.76. And by the way, these yields, Clay, are tied to oil and gas production and mineral rights. So if there's a currency crisis or if there's stagflation or any of that kind of stuff, the proceeds will reflect the value of oil and natural gas. That has a certain value in our society today, which I think it'll always have. So whether or not the dollar gets devalued, this will keep in my judgment, will keep your earnings power stable in this income. All right, then the final one is SBR. I think that's Sabine. So it's Sam Boy Robert, Sabine Royalty Trust. That trades at $66. It's got a $1 billion market cap, and the dividend is $5. So that dividend is 7.61. That stock's up. All these stocks are up then, because they all used to have dividends that were higher. All right, let's take that, Clay. Let's just say that obviously you could do a lot of different things, but just using this example, 11.5 plus 9.76 plus 7.61 divided by 3. Let's say you get an average of 9.6%, Clay, on income producing companies. We don't know what these will be trading for by the time Railtown's $35. But let's just say you decide to get out at 3 million, even though I think it could go to 10 million for your account. If you had $3 million times 0.096, you'd be making $288,000 a year. Divided by 12, you'd be collecting $24,000 a month. I think that would cure you of the need to invest in any of these ideas looking for your golden ticket. I think 24 grand a month would be exciting as hell. And imagine if Railtown goes not to $35, but you wait till it's over 100, or let's not even go that high. Let's just say it doubles from there, goes to $70, and you get this kind of return in income producing stocks that I just suggested. We don't know what yields will be then. We don't know, but you could be doing 48,000 a month. And that's not to me, even if we're able to achieve a fraction of that stability, that is so worth ignoring the clamorings and the desperation and the hyping of every new stock that has whales in it, and it came from there, and this is happening, and this buying's coming in, and they've got AI, and they got gold, and they got BTC, and they got... Railtown is a stock that can pull you up to where your account can generate income every month, and your life will just be different. And I've got to learn how to express that to you. But Clay, I'm so glad you own that much. And of course, if it goes to 10 and you want to get out, get out. If it goes to 20 and you want to get out, get out. But I guess I would submit to you, you don't have enough information now to know that 10 or 20 is the right price to get out. And you would come back at me and say, well, you're full of hot air. You don't know what you're talking about either. And I would say, yeah, I'm making a lot of projections. So the part I'm really highly confident about is that the stock has been stalled, both from suppression by criminals and opportunists, and by the fact that real buying hasn't shown up. So we don't know. The market has not done anything about price discovery. So as information comes in and buying comes in, I think you're going to get a sense of what your stock is really worth, Clay. And if it goes to $6, that's not hype. That's not a quick profit. Obviously, it is a quick profit on numbered amounts, but it's not like the stock has gotten ahead of itself. The stock will just be going where it belongs, in my judgment, right now. Now, am I right about $6? It could be $3.50, which was my original target, by the way, or it could be $8. It could be $10. But we'll learn that. So your criticism of me, if you make it, that how do I know that it's going higher than 10 or 20? It's fair, but right now, neither one of us has a clear picture on revenues and multiples and the magnitude of Conductor, because it's all in a quiet period. So I guess both of us can defer our decision until after that time frame. And I think it's going to be exciting for you, Clay. I think you're going to be really happy being in Railtown. I really do. It's not to compare Railtown to Nixie is comparing Big Nose Kate to Kate Middleton. All right, let me go through questions. I'm sorry, guys. I got off track. Let's go through the prices. Clay, it's a good question. I got off track. You didn't. I did. Finger is still up 28 cents. Next strip is up 7 cents at $4. Finger is $1.73. ZJYL is down a penny at $64.99. Railtown is 56 to 57.16, 165,000 shares. I do want to go through the article, but I'm going to go through comments first because I think if I go to the article, I might lose the comments. So I'll go through the comments first. It's 2:13 here in Washington, D.C., and they're spoofing the hell out of the stock. 69,000, 69,000, 19,000, 19,000, all different prices to scare you into thinking there's real selling. I want to go over that too, what goes on. This game of listening to these stocks, short squeeze stocks, it's a loser's game. It's a total loser's game. And fair enough, you're going to say, well, why the hell did I create charts 3 years ago that if it squeezes, this could do this and this can do this? Why did I put my money in Finger and GTII and CRTD? Why did I think? It's all fair. It's all fair. All I can tell you is at the time, from my own experience on Wall Street, I did believe that compliance would care and they would act, but I no longer believe that. I no longer believe it. It's 56 to 57. The volume's 165,000. They're just trying to scare you to sell. Anyway, let me go through the comments. Hey, hi, Steve. I'm sorry it took me so long to acknowledge you. Hey, JJ Jackson. Arm wrestling. Okay, here's Adam. Late after hours finger motion is up all the time. When it opens, they force it down. It's being suppressed. Opress, sorry. Yeah. And you're 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 right. Steve says, and you made a good call, Adam. I have to say, Steve, if silver were up or even flat, I would have sold some, bought Railtown. You have enough Railtown. I wouldn't sell my silver. I want to buy silver. I just have no source of funds. And I think the thing with silver now that it's $40, it's not as easy a trade to call as it was at $25 or $30. But I still think silver at $40 is a slam dunk. Problem is there might be volatility from $40. They might suppress it again in any kind of, I don't know, pullback in the market, or some international event that caused the markets to swoon. They'd be all over suppressing the price in silver. And it's very volatile. So as it goes up without a big correction, and now everybody's talking about silver. It's on all the headlines. Everybody knows silver. Oh, silver. That's usually when you get a pullback. But the reason I wouldn't sell it is because if silver is able, Steve, to break $52, it goes to 100 in a heartbeat, I think. I don't think they'll be able to suppress it. Silver's the only asset that I know of that from 1982, all of these years, the entirety of this bull market, silver's never seen its nominal high. It's never seen its nominal high. Never seen its nominal high. Much less its inflation adjusted high. Let me see where that, maybe I have the wrong book. But I wouldn't sell silver, Steve. Particularly when you already own so much Railtown, I wouldn't sell silver. This might be the wrong book. It is. It's the other one. I'll find it. I don't have it here, but I think it's anyway. Steve, silver. The high on silver over the last 40 years, 50 years, is $52, and it hasn't been there since. That's $52 in $1980. There's a book, I'll tell you what it's worth now, but I think it's like 200 or something. But if it were adjusted for inflation, the high would be much higher. So silver is a totally underpriced asset, and I'd buy it. Hopefully, if Railtown runs, each of us, if using Clay's targets, if Railtown went somewhere between $10 and $20 a share, maybe we can just use just a sliver, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% at the most on margin. That might be one way to do it. And buy silver. I don't want you to use a lot of margin. Margin is disastrous. Margin is it's a lot of fun on the way up, but it can change your life on the way down. What does Adam say? Nobody likes Tony De Niro's channel. It's very misleading. He just wants viewers. He uses a lot of clickbait. Yeah, I don't, I have to admit, I don't watch him. I don't even know what it is. It's just somebody told me what he said. I wouldn't mind having a better channel. And maybe I'll create one that's better. But right now, I'm just, I thought that they would have announced the conclusion of this merger, I don't know, in May. But June, I was sure of it. Now we're almost through July. A week from now, it's August. So maybe it'll be August. But I'll keep on here urging you to hold on to your Railtown, urging you to add to Railtown as a strategy, not as financial advice, until that announcement comes. I hope it would come soon, but so somebody just posted, I'm almost legend, and Clay. Somebody just posted my chart, I guess. Let me see what it is. I guess it's my chart, but it posted Clay and Donna, and I am almost legend, and it says, "Happy Friday, Sir William. You may not realize that you come up with some memorable sayings. You just said that in regards to the price of Railtown, if you sell at 10, you must acquit." No, I didn't say that. If you sell at 10, you may never get back in. That's pretty funny. Thank you, guys. Gonna buy silver this weekend at Costco. Adam, I think that makes sense. Northeast Iowa. I love when Railtown is on sale. Good for you, Northeast Iowa. Good for you. I think I'm living vicariously through all of you. I would love to buy more, but 45101. What I should do is get a haircut. Focus on important things. Hey, Jack. Happy Friday, Mr. William. A few more of my... Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. You actually got out? Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. So you now, Jack, you now have... 66,195. So in order for you to make your 31,000 back, Railtown would have to go to $1.10. That's coming. That's coming. Jack Hamilton, hi Donna. Dennis Alex, replayed your video in front of SEC. Interesting. I own 5,000 shares of NextBridge. They are talking about a settlement with MMTLP. Oh, that'll, Dennis, Alex, that will definitely, I don't think there's going to be a settlement with MMTLP, but if there is, it'll definitely be made available to you. Well, actually, I shouldn't use definitely because I don't know what the lawyers are going to come up with. But yeah, it'll be included. They want to solve the problem if they're making a settlement. And I think by not offering it to people at Nextbridge, they just leave the can of worms open. So let me just read your comment again. Replayed your video in front of the SEC. Interesting. I own 5K shares of Nextbridge with AST as you recommended. They are talking about a settlement with MMTLP. Hope that includes Nextbridge. Let me. I don't think you have anything to worry about, but let me try to reach out and find out what's going on. So I'll try to learn, get a better update. I haven't stayed close to that. I don't think there's going to be a settlement, but if there is, I don't think it's going to be very big. But I could be wrong. So let me find out. I own 30,000, Dennis, Alex, okay. Let me get to the end of this comments and I'll look up Nextbridge. And I'll look up, you know what, Dennis, maybe I keep wanting to say Denise, but let me go to X and search MMTLP and see what comes up. Maybe there's a comment that I can read. The share count. The best share count would be everybody moving to 65,000 investors. All right, Zing says MMTLP getting great vibe lately. Spaces have been amazing. My feeling is resolution will happen quick and at any time. And then there's a pizza. Here's Curtis did an interview. Did Curtis get on Tucker Carlson? Wow. Good for him. Good for him. Day 959. I'll try to look at Tucker Carlson's interview with Trevor Milton. Our famous short sellers going extinct. The exit of Hindenburg Research and RLAIF shows the risk. It is not a risky trade. It's not a risky trade. By Leo Schwartz. Here's Junk Savvy. She says, how about when they weaponize government agency and their proxies against American investors? I really admire everybody. I really admire everybody. I don't see, here's Big JR. They're giving an update on GTII. I don't know about Finger, MMTLP, G-Bucks, and Mountain. Oh, and then Ram It On In Soups is still up to his games. I don't, Dennis, I don't see anything here to talk about in terms of a resolution, but for MMTLP. But I'll try to find out what I can. But the people harmed, when you have MMTLP in your brokerage account, it's worthless. When you have MMTLP at the transfer agent, it's called Nexbridge because that's what it is. I think the status now, all parties are harmed. So the settlement would have to cover all parties. And they're not going to get a signature from the big shareholders unless they cover everybody. So I think you'll be more than okay. On the other hand, if there is a settlement, I don't expect it to be anything big. I'll try to find out because I'm still working on my sense of it from months ago. Sheila D, I'm ready for a settlement in MMTLP. I hope you're right, Dennis. Jason Harbison, William Meta offered $1 billion 4-year contract for AI talent. Wow. Wow. Let me see if I can find that. Meta. AI talent. Will that find that story? It does. 8 hours ago, CNN, boom, boom. CNN, the Clinton News Network. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is on a mission for his company to be the first to reach so-called artificial superintelligence, generally considered to mean AI that's better than all humans at all knowledge work. It's a nebulous and likely far out concept that some analysts say may not immediately benefit the company's core business. Yet Zuckerberg is shelling out huge sums to build an all-star team of researchers and engineers to beat OpenAI and other rivals to it. Zuckerberg's recruiting spree, which has reportedly included multi-million-dollar pay packages to lure top talent away from key rivals, has kicked off a talent race within the AI industry. Last month, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman claimed Meta was offering his employees $100 million signing bonuses to switch firms. Woo! Woo! The revenge of the nerds. And just this week, Google CEO Sundar Pichai was asked during an earnings call about his company's status in the AI talent war, a sign that Wall Street is now also invested in the competition. The stakes are high for Zuckerberg after Meta's pivot to the metaverse fell flat. He's reoriented the company around AI in hopes of being a leader in the next transformational technology wave. The company has invested billions in data centers and chips to power its AI ambitions. That is, it is now under pressure to deliver on. Unlike other tech giants, Meta doesn't have a cloud computing business to generate immediate revenue from those infrastructure investments. And the company is coming from somewhat behind competitors after reported delays in releasing the latest version of its new Llama 4 AI model. The llama is a quadruped. Quote, that's the Llama 4 lesson. You can have hundreds of thousands of GPU chips, but if you don't have the right team developing the model, it doesn't matter, unquote, said D.A. Davidson analyst Jill Luria. But more than anything, Zuckerberg appears to be in a circle of Silicon Valley, quote unquote, AI maximalists who believe that the technology will change everything about how we live and work. Becoming a leader in the space is essential to Meta and other companies whose leaders follow that line of thinking, Luria said. Quote, for our super intelligence effort, I'm focused on building the most elite and talent dense team in the industry, Zuckerberg said in a Threads post. Meta last month, here's your number, Jason. Meta last month invested $14.3 billion in data labeling startup Scale AI. Wow, that's not your number. $14.3 billion in data labeling startup Scale AI. Scale founder and then CEO Alexander Wang joined the social media giant as part of the deal, along with several of Scale's other top employees. Wang is now leading the new Meta Superintelligence Lab, along with former GitHub CEO Nat Friedman. Quote, my job is to make amazing AI products that billions of people love to use, unquote, Friedman said in an X post earlier this month. Quote, it won't happen overnight, but a few days in, I'm feeling confident that great things are ahead, unquote. And in recent weeks, Meta has attracted top researchers and engineers from the likes of OpenAI, Apple, Google, and Anthropic. Multiple news outlets, including Bloomberg, Wired, and The Verge, have reported that Meta has, in some cases, offered pay packages worth hundreds of millions of dollars to new AI hires. It's a sign of just how far Zuckerberg is willing to go in his quest to win the AI superintelligence race, although the Meta chief has pushed back on some of the reporting around the compensation figures. And then they give a list, but I don't see it. Zuckerberg's drive to get ahead on AI may be rooted in part in his desire to own a foundational platform for the next major technology wave. Meta lost the race to control the operating systems for mobile web early in the 2000s and 2010, which Apple and Google won. In recent years, he has not been shy about expressing his frustration with having to pay fees to App Store operators and comply with their policies. Meta recently partnered with Amazon Web Services on a program to support startups that want to build on its Llama AI model. The Llama este quadruped. The llama is a quadruped. They're trying to make their technology essential to businesses emerging during the AI boom. Although AI has benefited Meta's core advertising business, some analysts question how Zuckerberg's quest for superintelligence will benefit the company. eMarketer senior analyst Minda Smiley said she expects Meta executives to face tough questions during the company's earnings call next week about how its superintelligence ambitions, quote, align with the company's broader business roadmap. Quote, its attempts to directly compete with the likes of OpenAI are proving to be more challenging for the company while costing it billions of dollars, Smiley said. But as its core business continues to grow rapidly, Meta has the money to spend to build a team and steal from rivals, says Angelo Zeno, CFRA research analyst. The company's shares have risen 20% this year. If Zuckerberg succeeds with his vision, it could propel Meta far beyond a social media company. Quote, I think Mark is in a manifest destiny point of his career, said Zach Case, an AI consultant. He always wants to point to Facebook groups as being this way that he is connecting the world. And if he can build super intelligence that cures cancer, he doesn't have to talk about Facebook groups anymore as being his lasting legacy. I didn't get your article, but that's really important to see. Thank you, Jason. Vanden plays. Tried to buy more rail today, but apparently my money hasn't settled. Unbelievable. Well, call in. That's so unbelievable. They've had the money since Monday. It's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. I hope you get it. Here comes Clay's gonna give me feedback. I just feel need to temper my expectations because of recent poor investments. Well, it's not poor. That's the funny thing. I agree in some ways, of course, that we have to take responsibility for our investment choices because otherwise we're the victim. If you take responsibility, you're no longer the victim. But at the same time, Clay, I really think these ideas and this milieu is just designed for us to lose. And my feelings on that have really accelerated since Ham decided to essentially, I guess, start putting his views out via, I don't know, other people's help on Twitter. They still are doing it. They've got 56,000, 6,000, 56, 47,000, 56, all at different prices. and they want you to believe that there's a huge block of stock for sale. It's a big block of baloney. Hey, Clay, I'm appreciate your reinforcement. Yeah, I do want to restate that Railtown is in a classification of stocks that are speculative, but compared to all the others, just staying in that grouping, relative to the others in that group, I see very little risk in Railtown at these prices. I'll go over the article. I've tried to go over my thoughts on why the stock is down. It's both suppressed, and that's fine. That's fine. That we'll get through that. But it's also, there's a buyer's strike. It's not really a buyer's strike. It's a prohibition blocking many of the buyers. Now, when it comes out, when finally the news is released, whenever this attorney or this regulator or this secretary gets back from her vacation and finally gets the file off her desk, of course I'm making it up. I have no ideas what's going on. They can confirm publicly that the deal is done, if it is done. I think that's going to release a surge in buying, but it could be in stages, Clay. Ironically, if Railtown gets to sort of $5-6 range, that might be where the leap in price comes from, because a lot of institutions can't buy stocks under $2, under $5, or under $7. But once it gets up into that range, they'll gobble it up, in my opinion. I think there'll be people who buy the stock, institutions who are buying it for 5 years, for 10 years. And it won't be for sale. And these games that the computers play won't work. Why do we need high frequency trading in over-the-counter stocks? Why do we need that? What benefit does it give to companies, CEOs, and shareholders? It just helps this group of criminals continue to steal. Hey, Clay, you did get through to me. All right. All right. And Donna says, hi, Jack. Happy Friday, Sir William. You may not realize that you come up with some memorable sayings like, hey, you, get off of my cloud. Hey, you, get off of my cloud. Oh, somebody else came up with that first. If you sell at 10, you never. That's pretty good. Adam's right. Finger motion up 18 cents. It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. And just who might you be? The mayor wants to winnow the Neanderthals out of the police force. Callahan, do you have any other questions? Yeah. How fast do you run the 100? I'm just saying, when she's out there, she's going to get her ass killed. It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. Well, it's my ass. Sure enough, she got killed. So Chucky is in here to get you to move your shares. Finger's not going to go to 3,000. Finger's not going to go to 3,000. Steve, I like this kind of fire to preach, Uncle Bill. Hey, Steve, I don't know. I need a life or a wife or a dog or a good book to read or a night out with a neighbor's wife. Tech, patents, security certifications, timing, everything is really ready to explode. Rail is going multi-dollar before you end. Love it. Slowtronic. Technology, patents. I'm not as thrilled by patents as others are because that's where your ideas can get stolen. But anyway, whatever. Tech patents, security certifications. Yeah, that's the SOC2. Which is really important for getting contracts. Timing, timing. Everything comes down to Ming. Yeah, I think it's a perfect storm for Railtown. I do think we have to keep in the back of our minds that if part of the AI bubble blows up, it's unlikely to be contained to just sort of AI 1.0. It'll affect everything, but I think the market could have a correction before it does the blow off top, like 7% or something. I can order Uber Comfort for a roomier personalized ride. I got that going for me. Fool can't be fooled again. Uh-oh, here's this guy again. He really cares. He really cares. Let's read what Dice Clay has to say. Title should be, quote, "Is this the last chance Rail will ever make it to $1?" Answer is no, because it won't. Finger is the real play here, and it always was. I've never seen you here before. Huh? I think you guys got to be careful with Finger. I wouldn't put it past the shorts to be trying to gin up something in Finger to get you to move from Railtown. But you know what, Adam and whoever this Dice Clay guy is, Finger is now, it's going to be 1 million shares today. That should get, that probably means there's news coming or there's something going on. Let's look at a chart of Finger. Finger. I've been thinking. I got to get you into my life. I used to be mad at my woman, I beat her. I don't know about that rally. It is 1 million shares. I would say on the chart, and I'm not a great chartist, and it probably doesn't matter anyway, but this is where it should stall and maybe go as high as 190 before it pulls back. But, you know, Finger's had these kind of rallies in its history where it starts to run and it just keeps going. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I would expect it to pull back. We'll see. Maybe Ham will be able to tell you guys what's going on. Dice Clay says, hopefully you will learn your lesson in listening to him promote and give financial advice on a stock. Well, I'm not giving financial advice. I mean, just because you say I am, I'm not. It doesn't, you know, I don't even know your name or your background or your ability to judge. I know you're here trying to spread FUD. So, Dice William, prepare to get railed in your tunnel. Not financial advice. What does that mean? Railed in my tunnel. I have no idea what you mean. Yeah, it's I don't see what Adam saw in Finger's chart yesterday, but he called it. I don't know what he saw. He should patent that. Of course, it was down for what, 2 months, almost straight down. So that's a lot of volume, 1 million shares. Anyway, it's very interesting. Dice is laughing at his own joke. LOL, laughing out loud, out loud, out loud. Laughing a lot, a lot, a lot. Laughing about, looking, I don't know what it means. Bill Myco, Dice, if you're pumping Finger, this is the wrong place for you. I've held 17,500 shares at $5.50 per share for 2 years, and it's really done nothing. And you know what I'd suggest you do today with the stock up, Bill, and Railtown down? 17,500 Finger, sell it for $1.79 and go in and buy Railtown at 57.22. Let's just see what would happen. 17,500 times 1.79 equals 31,325 divided by 57.22. Wow, you could buy 55,000 shares of Railtown. Actually, 54,745. So we'll call that 55,000 for simplicity. So you could exchange your Finger for 55,000 Railtown, and you bought Finger at $5.50 per share. So, Bill, if you did that and Railtown were to go to 550, which I think it will in very short order, you'd have $300,000 in your account. You could buy 10 Harley motorcycles. No, that would be retail, I guess. Anyway, that's what I would do. Not that you're going to, but you could exchange 17,500 shares of Finger for 55,000 Railtown, and I think both of them have the same odds of getting to 550, but with Railtown you'd have 55,000 shares going to 550 instead of with Finger 17,500. I know you didn't ask me. I didn't ask. And Ham Shorthubble said the real short has been covering, and yet the stock goes down. Naked shorts will not cover. Look at the G-Bucks news today. What a joke. I didn't see it. I mean, look. I just was on that page. I wonder why I didn't see it. G-Bucks. Stock. You give one heart, you get back two. That's the price of I love you. Give one heart, you get back two. That's the meaning of I love you. 7 hours ago, G-Bucks urges shareholders to submit statements as share reconciliation continues. Bill Michael, G-Bucks, in my opinion, is telling you there isn't a short, or it's very small, or it's under control, I guess. Not the crazy numbers of the short shares Ham would have you believe. Ham is a short, in my opinion. I don't know that he is. I don't know that he is. Justin Babbage, when our favorite hockey team, the Railtown Conductors, trades at $25 per share. Yeah, it's your money. You can do what you want to do. Maybe it'd be okay if I sold 25%. I could use some dollars. Yeah. I mean, I'm being so adamant right now because I just want you. I know how hard it is to wait through this quiet time, and everybody's buzzing around with messages. I think it's really important to hold Railtown right now. And yeah, you can do what you want, and everybody's got to do it to their own financial situation, of course. Still believing in the long-term domination. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you can sell it sooner. This part of it sooner than that too. There's all sorts of money management strategies and tools that I'm not telling you not to use. The real force I have right now to get across is I think the movement from, my words, pre-IPO to the IPO price is 10x. To put it in different terms, I think the starting gate of this, let's say it's a race, is at $6 rather than 60 cents. And I don't think you see that yet because news has had to be, not all news. I mean, they've put out some news stories, but this main subject matter of the merger or the acquisition and its consequences on revenue and et cetera, they can't talk about. So that gives, Dice Clay a chance to come in and give his very thoughtful analysis. Yeah. Danny, you sound like my father, that he would use that language. William, you're doing the Lord's work. There has to be shyster shills and no good for nothing tricksters. It's going to take education and knowledge, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Danny. Peace. DB, my new count. Wow. When DB talks, people listen. That is an amazing amount of stock. Good for you. DB, that is fantastic. Yeah, now reaching over $50, remember that's a projection I'm giving based on what I know now. I'm highly confident in it, but we have to be willing to adjust our targets, adjust it for news as it comes and all that. But the context I'm saying that, I think we have to think 18 months, 2 years, 2.5 years. But it could happen very quickly too. Technology, particularly as you see, Meta's putting the money out. There's, these smart people with all this money, they're just human beings too, and they get caught up in things. So, at the same time, I'm saying, think about 18 months, 2 years, 2.5 years. It could happen very, very quickly. And DB, I'm just talking theoretically, I have no knowledge of anything. But if I were Microsoft or Meta, of course, this would have to link to Zuckerberg's vision, if he's capable of vision. Or Apple, who's behind in AI, they say, or one of the chip. Anyway, there's other Samsung, we hear, somebody. But if I were interested in buying Conductor or Railtown, I would do it now. What I think the tension is, these two gentlemen and their whole team, Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini, they've spent 6 years building this. They don't want to sell at $25. So any lowball offer, I would guess they're going to say, nah, we're going to go ahead and prove out our concept. And thank you for the offer, but we're really excited about our careers right now. But if I were Microsoft, I'd come in with a gigantic offer now, which in retrospect will seem very small. I mean, I'll just put a number on it, which I'm making up. But if Corey and Marwan wouldn't sell, and it'll be a team. There'll be Ruffalo, maybe. There'll be Dr. Tom Core, maybe. These other guys. It'll be a team. They may not sell at $25. We're going to build it out. We think we can get much better. But if somebody came right now and offered them 125 or 150, I think it'd be really hard to turn down, particularly if they could negotiate some sort of trail. I don't know. But if just to pick on one of their partners, they have Microsoft, NVIDIA, and AMD. Let's just pick one. Let's pick NVIDIA, $4 trillion company. They could afford to come in and frankly, they could pay $40 billion. It sounds like a lot, I know, but what's $40 billion out of $4 trillion? It's not a really high, if they're paying stock, it's not a huge percentage of their company. So that's what if I were on a campaign to acquire, I'd blow them away with the offer right now. Because the stock price as currency is so dear. They can use the current market value of their stock to really add technology uh, inexpensively on a percentage terms of how much stock they're issuing versus their market cap. That's what I would do. So we might be in, DB, we might be in for much more rapid, uh, what do you want to call it, exit. It's out of our control, you know. So I think that's a great position. I'm jealous. William Easy, you're going to blow a gasket. I know. I'm sorry about that. I get all worked up. I get really mad, Clay. It's not. I'm not. I wasn't worked up at you. I get really mad at the insidious nature, the evil that's perpetuated. And I used to work on Wall Street. It pisses me off that it's been destroyed. It was a good career. It was good people, and these bastards come in and they manipulate the system. They never lose. They never lose. And it wouldn't be hard to fix, but no one cares. And for me, Clay, my resources, like you say, energy and not having a heart attack, as my little sister used to say. I think the key right now is to focus. We know what the financial system is. I don't think there's much more to learn. So we've got to tack. I never sailed, but we have to tack our sails and try to use what the market gives us. And then when we have some, and I hope my vision, my projection is correct. But when we collectively have some financial independence, some time, maybe some money to hire a research team and write a little policy proposal, maybe start our own think tank and get it out. Maybe better yet, screw changing the system, screw all of them, just go start our own exchange, which was Ham's idea years ago. If it hits 50, we're carrying around. Look, Steve, I think it will, but please don't put urgency on that number. Don't put immediacy on that number. Don't put pressure on that number. Just go about your life. I think it'll come, and I think it'll come maybe when we don't expect it. I actually think there's, I don't know, 50-50 chance that the decision will be taken out of our hands, because I really believe once, and this is an assumption, but this is my gut instinct, once Conductor gets out there and proves its value, I think there could be a bidding war on just buying the whole thing. It's that guy, Kaiser, Victor Coam or something. I bought this shaver and it did such a good job. I bought the whole company. I think that could happen very quickly, but let's not put our pressures on it, and let's be happy for what's given to us, as we go. And I think the first step is 10x. That's my target. Look, I'd be happy, if the stock goes to, well, I just can't get around it, Steve. I think the stock's going to $5 or $6 or $7. You could argue with me, well, if it goes to 3, that's good enough. Yeah, it is, but I don't see any reason why it's not going to go to the institutional price, the 5, 6, 7 level, and then it could pop into the low teens. And Tony's going to make fun of that because someone on YouTube's saying it. Well, fine, Tony, just make fun of it. But we'll see. We'll see how it all comes out in the wash. And Tony, don't you ever compare it to Nixie. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have this isn't giving reviews of movies or theater or music, Tony. This is people's lives. This is money. And you're just going to throw out that it's like Nixie? I don't know. There's more responsibility there than you know. Pizza rules. Finger is looking strong, Bader. Let me look. Let me look again. It's up 33. I think it's up to the what? Maybe it's the 200-day moving average. I forget which one I just looked at. It. But I think it'll pause here 180, 190. Doesn't mean it won't keep going up, though. Maybe something's up. Maybe they have a big contract. Maybe maybe they've organized buying from offshore. We don't know. Maybe they have another C2. We just don't know. But I don't. I mean, you can do what you want, but I don't believe it's time to move from Railtown over trying to catch something. I think we're so close on Railtown. Yeah, next Friday's August. If this stock starts then continues, I'll stay for a long time. Yeah. Fingers at $1.80 now. So $1.80, $1.90 seems to be the confluence of the moving averages. Let's see if the volume on Finger is over 1 million. It is 1.1 million shares. That's a pretty significant, for those of you still in Finger, that's a pretty significant reversal. We'll see if it's a key trend reversal, but it was long overdue. That stock just did nothing but go down for 2 months. So we'll see what kind of staying power it has. It's just everything's so manipulated. Anyway. Yep, Adam's right. Finger's actually up, Adam, now 25%. You called it. It's pretty good. Adam. Have to give credit to you. You called it, I think, yesterday, which is almost exactly at the turning point. Yeah, Clay, that's great. I hate that word, golden ticket, but that is essentially what the concept is essentially what it might be. We have to always remember that we don't want to get too overly absorbed in our own story. But I right now, that's the way to be. Right now, this is the only stock. Right now, this is the only story as far as on a risk reward basis. I mean, the risk on Fingernow's 180, and it looks strong, but the risk is you have a big pullback, right? On the other hand, maybe the reward is significant, but we've kind of seen the upside, the ebbs and flows of what Finger can do. And I'm not making a comment on that. But Railtown, you got a 57 cents, call it 58 cents. They are trying to get it down. They're trying to drive it down. But the problem for them is Railtown's not an over-the-counter stock in the true sense of the world. It's a Canadian exchange stock, and it trades on the over-the-counter as a way to track the Canadian stock. And I don't know if they're up there. I don't know if Canada is as lax on short selling rules in their own country as they are enforcing people who are based in Canada shorting shares of our stocks here. Let me just see what the volume is in Canada. It's down a penny in Canada, and the volume is 78,000. Julius, I'm pumped up. Let's go. Where is Ham? Ham, last time I talked to Ham, he said, let me call you right back after I play racquetball. And then he started doing space calls with Kristen, who's terrific, and with Giannis. And I haven't heard from him since. So if you're looking for Ham, Soonerman, you need, the only place I can think you can go is Twitter, and you put in the search button, put in Finger or put in G-Bucks. I mean, apparently now he's pushing two of Frank Benedetto's stocks. I've got to find him. Yeah, he's pushing M10, MTEN, and NRGV. Those are both stocks apparently that Frank Benedetto has a consulting contract with. I've been told. I don't speak to Frank. There's a big short position in NRGV, big short position in M10, and there's whales around it. So probably if you type in either Finger, FNGR, NRGV, MTEN in Twitter, you'll find Ham Naked Shorts, at Ham Naked Shorts, at Ham Naked Shorts, and you can follow him. That's where you can find Ham. That's where you can find him. All right, let's see what Ward's. I've got to listen to Ward because he's the most level-headed of. I don't know if he criticizes me, but level-headed of feedback, of people who give me feedback. Let's see. Good afternoon, William. I heard you responding to Clay about if there was a buyout of Railtown, it could be tax-free. Yeah. If it happens, I think it would be tax. Well, nothing's tax-free. It's just the buyout is without tax consequences. But if you ever sell the jump in value from, let's say, let's make it up. let's say Railtown from $6 suddenly got bought out at $60. I'm totally making it up. In a stock exchange, well, that jump you don't have to pay taxes on. That increase in value, you don't have to pay taxes on at that time. But then you would own shares of, I don't know, Apple Computer or whatever the hell. And when you sold Apple, then you would pay your capital gains tax. So it's just the brilliance of it, which I think Ward's drawing your attention to, is if using Clay as an example, if Clay sold the stock, and I'm not picking on you, Clay, I'm just using your $10, $20 number. If someone were to sell the stock at $10 or $20 or $16, you have to pay tax, you have to pay a gain on it. And then if you then take that money and go buy something else, you hope it runs, you're going to pay a gain on that. If you just sit where you are, and it's going to be hard if there's a squeeze. I hope there isn't one. And a buyout comes, which I think is a very real possibility. There will be consolidation in this space. Question is this one of the companies which will be bought? I think so, but we'll save some analysis for the future. But anyway, so if using Clay's example, if he sold at 20, he'd have to pay, depending on his holding period, he might have to pay as much as 40% of that gain, bringing his net proceeds back down to I don't know, $12 a share. If on the other hand, and then he'd have to go do something with the 12, but if on the other hand, and I'm just using him as an example, I'm not picking on him. If on the other hand, he just held it and it went, let's just say somebody like Facebook, like a Meta, came in and just paid the nice price and said, we're going to buy it all out at 120 a share. Well, that increase in your net worth occurs without the tax haircut. So the compounding, the growth in the asset value of your account happens much more rapidly and with much more force, because you're not having to pay Uncle Sam and New York State and New York City, depending on where you live. So I think maybe that's the thing Ward wants to call to your attention. I certainly call it to your attention. It's a reason not to make this stock hot money. If we can resist, it's going to take training. It's going to be suppression, where I don't need to be in every stock. I don't need to own M10. I don't need to own Energy Vault. I don't need to own G-Bucks anymore. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. Because if I hold on here, I think I would put the odds of a buyout offer coming in that gets accepted within, I don't know, within the next 18 months, 24 months, maybe longer, 36 months. I would put the odds as really high. This is the space. This is the case. This is the stock. And it's just really powerful for your net worth not to be taxed at every stage as the value increases. And so to catch that ride of a buyout by a big company, I mean, I don't know if I still have those pictures there, probably don't. Yeah, there I do. Here's some of your companies. NVIDIA, look at that, 4 trillion. Meta's right there, 2 trillion. Alphabet, 2 trillion. Microsoft, 3.5 trillion. Amazon is, I don't know, 2 trillion maybe. Apple, 3 trillion. These are your buyers, and there's others. It wouldn't take much for them to buy it on a in a stock basis, and the big pickup for you and your account is you're not paying any taxes on that jump in value until you sell the acquiring stock. So I guess another way of saying it, if Railtown went to 20 and Clay sold it and then bought NVIDIA stock, he'd have to pay taxes on his $20, so he could only use $12 to buy NVIDIA stock. And let's just assume NVIDIA keeps going, although I have a feeling it's pretty high priced. On the other hand, if he just stays in Railtown at $20 and NVIDIA exchanges stock, I'm making it up, I don't know, he's jumping into NVIDIA stock from $20, not from $12. It's a huge financial benefit to wait until the stock gets bought out, if it does. We'll know more about that later. I find myself giving away the things that I think are the upside because I think you guys are going to be under assault. You've got this fudster, Tony De Niro, and you've got others coming in. Hey, you got to look at this stock and that stock, and hey, this one, and look at G-Bucks. Keep sending in your share count. For Finger to go right now, let's see what Finger's trading at now. Finger is trading at 178, which is fantastic. But over the next month to 6 weeks is my call. It could take longer. It could take 3 months. I don't know. It could be any time frame. But if I had to pick, I'd say over the next month and a half, and maybe sooner, Railtown is going to be $6. For Finger to perform that well in that time frame, it'd have to go to $18. It's possible. It's possible, but so I've already missed somewhere between Ward and Ragazzo. I missed all your comments. I don't know where they went. So if anybody commented after Ward and before Ragazzo, I'm not ignoring you. It's just gone. So Ragazzo, fired up, Bill, my asterisk with his face so close to the camera, he really looks and sounds like that poopy president. It's a very useful comment. Sure as hell cranky and ill-tempered like him. Well, I'm glad you shared your opinion, Ragazza. Maybe I am just like Joe Biden. Who knows? Steve Block-Ragaza, he drinks from a toilet, must work in personnel. Let's see what Ham is saying. Insiders were buying at 250. Wow. So if insiders are buying, Danny, they know, obviously, they have a great deal of, I don't know if they know something. They couldn't buy if they knew something material, but they have confidence. That's really interesting. Ragazzo, tell us you're short without telling us you are short, and I'm not talking about your height. Many people lost money with this bozo's pump in this very channel. Well, I think, Ragazzo, it's a real sleight of hand for you and your compatriots to come in, cheat, collude, steal, counterfeit, sell across name after name, and then blame the person or many of the people who are trying to fight you. Yeah, people lost money in ideas that I supported, ideas that I tried to understand and didn't support. There's some ideas that I didn't recommend buying, but I certainly got caught up in the ideas that were presented and the possibilities of what could happen. But it's all because people are fighting you. And over the last sort of 3 years, I've become convinced that you guys have a complete lock on this crime. But make no mistake, it is still criminal what you do. And I don't want to fight you anymore. I think it's great. You win, Ragazza. You win. But I don't want you doing it with as many people here. If Railtown works, and as many people who want to still try to do other things that I may talk about, I don't want you coming and trying to take their money. I don't want you bringing other stocks. I don't want you to try to use their equity to juice other loser stocks that you can then sell off. But it's you that are costing them the money, not me. Not me. But I also think CEO, part of the problem with relying on what CEOs tell you is they got to do what they say they're going to do, and you got to trust their judgment. But they're just young men being used and manipulated by you as well. So I put the blame at your footsteps, not at mine. But I'm working hard here, Ragazza, for at least the people who are willing to listen to me, to try to make sure that they can I think it depends on how much they own and how resilient they are to the siren calls of your lies and manipulations. But I think if they own enough Railtown, they can make back the money they lost because of you, not me, because of you, and then go into the green and become independent, achieve what they were trying to achieve, and get away from you. You are the ones that have cost fortunes, not me. I've had a learning curve, and I'm calling it out now. I lost money too, Ragazzo. If I, it's an odd way to pump. It's an odd way to pump. You're the one that makes the money with your schemes. And I think you do it illegally. And the reason you are so crude and such a bully, you're not particularly intelligent. You have no skills. In fact, you have a certain lack of skills. So this is all you can do. But you know what? You're not living long like this. Who's this one? Northwest. Why isn't this crap stock moving? I need Railtown to show some life. It's stuck for the last 3 weeks at 50 to 60 cents. Well, Northwest, if you're in Railtown for the excitement of movement, all I can tell you, Warren Buffett says it best. People don't like to do what he does because it takes patience, it takes time. If you are addicted to hot action, I think you need to go somewhere else, Northwest. And if you think it's a crap stock, I don't know if I have you down here as owning any stock, but if you think it's a crap stock, just get the hell out, move on. Go buy one of Frank Benedetto's stocks or Ham stocks or there's a couple other people out there. You'll probably have luck with them because there's a lot of energy around those stocks. There's a lot of excitement. There'll be things to talk about every day. Just go over there, Northwest. But if you're willing to wait, if you're willing to just be a man about it instead of a whiner, I think you're going to find out that once news of the completion of the February 11th, 2025 acquisition by Railtown of AI Partners in memorandum of understanding form, when that news comes out that that's been finalized, I think you're going to see a lot of movement in the stock. I hope you're still around for that. And then when it moves, maybe you can change your opinion of the company and the stock. I don't think it's a crap stock at all. I'm grateful for the last 3 weeks. We've been able collectively to increase our position to 6.6% of the company. And if anybody commented afterward, and that's even gone, why are comments disappearing? I lost a bunch of comments. So if some of you gave me numbers of shares, I lost about half an hour's worth of comments. Oh, Ragazza again. And now he doesn't want to talk about all those shitty stocks because it riles him up. No, I don't want to. But I turned on my machine, trying at that time to fight fear, uncertainty, and doubt. No one was listening to him, although it had a higher number, but it got down to where very few people were listening. And when I first turned on, they weren't. So I was trying to, frankly, see if I could stand with him at the time. But Ragazzo, I've learned a lot about you over that time. I've learned a lot about the rules. But if you want a rundown on the stocks, I didn't buy or own AMC or GME, but they ran up. And ever since, I've been telling people I think those are under control. As they rally, it's a good time to sell, calls, Then came Finger. Finger did a great thing for many people, Ragazzo. It went from under $1 to $17. It went from around $1 to $9. It went from low $1 to $7, at least once, maybe twice. And then just this year it went from $1 to $5. There's been a chance for people to make money in Finger. And some of my observations on Finger have not aligned with what Ham was saying, and I think that pissed some people off. But anyway, I think Finger gave a good experience for those who were willing to trade it. On the other hand, I didn't play it very well. I wasn't very successful with it. GTII always was a piece of shit company, but it was a very compelling short squeeze story. There was a gentleman that was pretty much had free reign to work with the CEO and make things happen. And whilst he was there, a lot of attempts were made to make GTII catch out the shorts. But I guess he just couldn't deal with Reichman anymore, and he went on with his life. Then Reichman came out and loomed with his arrogance and lack of ability. And I started warning people to get out of that for tax losses at a minimum. But I wasn't as blunt because I didn't learn. It's a learning process. With this audience, I have to just be, as specific as possible. So there was a chance to get out of that. With CRTD, that ran, and I think the CEO got greedy, or he was working with the shorts. I don't know. But he could have taken over GTII and received $3 a share. They both are in the crapper now, so maybe the end result would have been the same. But he held out for $5, and you're going to hold me responsible for that? I don't know. I think you're a bit of an asshole, actually, for doing that. I can't control the world. I'm not God. I can't control other people's actions. And then what are the other shitty stocks you want me to talk about? I did recommend Logic. I went through that yesterday. I think the CEO made a terrible decision regarding Meta Labs. But I'm not sure the CEO's decision was to hire Aubrey Advisors. But I think Aubrey Advisors essentially committed a crime. And Chadron Financial is my opinion. But they stole the whole market cap, and that helped make you make money. But anyway, yeah, I don't want to talk more about it. I've talked about it at length yesterday. But if you stick around, you really want me to talk about it again, I will. MMTLP, I never recommended that to anybody, but I did buy it in front of everyone. I bought it on the last, Wednesday or Tuesday or both days before they stopped trading. And I've given my opinions on that. It doesn't really matter. It stopped trading. So what does it matter what I think? I worked pretty hard trying to fight it. And then G-Bucks, I bought some of it, but the story kept changing. It didn't happen. It ran out of time for me because I wanted to be in Railtown. But that could still work. G-Bucks still has a committed group of wealthy people. It has some brain power behind it. They could make something happen. They're trying to fight you. But for me, it was barely difficult. It was not difficult to say, you know what, I got to be in Railtown. On GDC and ZJYL, those weren't my stocks at all. I did try to play them, but time has gone by. And I think what happened with those is someone let out information on Twitter that told the lawyer said, hey, you better not go because you'll be at risk of getting arrested or being charged with securities violations. So that nipped that one in the bud. And my overall call now, Ragaza, is that everyone should just stop trading these stocks. Stop listing. It's a very soothing sales pitch, but just stop listing. And the way out of it, to me, Ragaza, is Railtown. And I think it's gonna hurt you on the way out. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. But I think Railtown can allow these people to recover. This is a highly speculative area, all these stocks. They're fighting the system and fighting you, who have no morals. You do not have to follow the rules. And you have no heart. You don't care. There's no compunction on your part. So I think it's time to leave the field of battle. And Railtown's the way out. For those who are willing to do it, Railtown's the way out. And if I'm right, it might be an 18-month, 2-year, 2.5-year ride, but it could happen much more quickly. And once people have a substantial amount of assets in their account, they don't have to listen to these stories anymore. They don't have to wonder, is the stock being manipulated? Is finger going up because a short is driving it up to suck people in there, to get them to sell Railtown, to quickly run over to finger, and then it's going to come down? Or is this a real move? They don't have to think about any of that anymore. They can become calm, long-term investors and get about a real life, because the end of all of our lives is coming very quickly. And life is much more about ever getting in to a battle with mean-spirited bullies like you. But I'm glad to talk about all the stocks. I think it's a waste of time. I think the way people can make money is to focus on Railtown. Focusing on what happened in the past, it yields nothing. Focusing on Railtown, I think it yields almost everything. Oh God, here he is again. I'm sorry, there's a half hour of comments missing. So if I'm missing your comment, not intentional. Ragaza, be careful, people. He sounds very convincing and humble when he needs you. I don't need anybody here, Ragaza. I'm glad I sound convincing and humble. I intend to be convincing. And not today, but oftentimes before I get on these calls, I say a prayer that I am humble when I come on these calls. I say a prayer that I leave my ego at the door and that I'm actually here trying to help people. I say that prayer. So I appreciate that I'm coming across that way to you, Rigazo. Ted Williams, Northwest, sell all your shares again. Sell all your shares again. All right, Railtown is 244,000 shares, so it's quietly having a decent day. But let's give Adam his due. The volume on Finger today is 1,280,000 shares. It's 177 to 178. I think that was a really good call yesterday. But I don't think we have to wait long to see our collective call in Railtown work. Oh God, are these the kind of messages I lost? Good thing. Ragaza, wait till RLAIF go down his sewers, and then you will see even more humility from him, just as we see him reacting when we bring up all his previous recommended stocks. Oh God. I guess when you have a black heart, you can't see anyone else's good intentions. So Ragaza, I appreciate that you share with everyone how you see me, but I have to say that's not how I see myself. And I'm not going to spend more time trying to convince you otherwise, because I don't think I can change your mind. Dice, talk about pumpers. You're literally talking about telling people to sell their other positions. Yeah, I am. Literally. You got it, Dice. You're not as dumb as you sound. Yeah, I'm literally saying, as a strategy, I cannot give financial advice. I'm literally saying people should sell their other positions. Those are highly risky in this context, and they should put it in Railtown. I'm literally saying that. You're right, Dice. You're right. And we'll see. Let me just write down Dice's comment. His horror. I'm saying by Railtown. I'm saying by Railtown at 57 cents. It keeps moving around. It was just 56 cents. 57.23. And yes, I'm suggesting people should get out a finger at 179. And where's G-Bucks? At 149. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, Dice. But you're I can see why you did so well in school. You got it, what I'm saying, as a strategy, not as financial advice. Isn't it obvious enough? Yeah, it's obvious. Ragaza, doing the Lord's work? Go ask the thousands of people who now stop coming here. Do the Lord's work, my ass. Well, your ass was created in the Lord's image, so enjoy it while you have it. I don't know about your accusation that thousands of people don't come here again. I think I've alienated quite a bit of my audience. I think I pissed people off with my calls on finger. And I've also spoken out against the atrocities that Israel are committing on Palestinians, and that pisses people off, and I've been called Hitler and all that. So yeah, maybe there's people aren't here, but regardless if they're not here, I'm not speaking to them. The people here who I am talking to, I'm very proud of, and that's enough. That's 9 million shares for Gaza that you're not going to get your hands on. Dice, Bill Micah, if you like it so much, maybe you and William go on a Railtown in each other's time. Oh, screw you. Oh, you're hilarious. Oh, you're laughing. You're laughing out loud. What a piece of shit. All right, Justin, there's probably no chance that Rail is fielding offers from trillion-dollar companies right now. I don't know. Justin, once the news, if it ever is put out, I'll try to have Corey or Marwan or both here and do an interview, and you can ask them that. I don't know the answer, but yeah, I think, did you see? Look, it closed at 57.38. It closed in the green, so that's pretty good for considering all the efforts they made to get it down. Finger closed in the green at 180, up 35 cents, 1.34 million shares. So that's a very strong day. Anywhere you slice it, you got to stand up and pay attention to over 1 million shares. and a 24% move. That's pretty impressive. So we have to keep an eye on Finger. Maybe something's up. And Adam called it, to give him credit. But Justin, I would imagine, we read some news stories about how the company was Windrift or something. It was the Devon agent, and just these big companies involved in buying. So yeah, it's possible that bigger companies are talking to them, but I'm not sure bigger companies know about Railtown yet, because they're primarily a Canadian company. But Microsoft knows about them, NVIDIA knows about them, AMD knows about them. They're part of their partnership network. Hey, Chomsky TV. Account settings. Honestly, I don't know about Rail going to 10, 25, or 50. I'll be very happy if the news comes out today or as soon as possible. Well, if you're urgent money, hot money, you probably won't be in the stock when it gets to 25. But that's all right. If you don't believe it, you won't be there. But I think it's look, I didn't start talking about Railtown with the goal of telling you all those high numbers. I would have preferred that would have come as we're in it, and we could be talking about that later on. The reason I talk about them now is because you have to deal with Tony De Niro and these other shills. And now you've got to deal with a siren song of two new stocks that Frank's bringing in. Yes, he's talking about Railtown, but he's bringing in two other stocks. And you know, he's here. Apparently, his guys are buying Railtown. I think there are already people that already own it, and then it's people here that already own it. Maybe he's got some other people. I don't know. But he will try to get you to go into his other stocks. Tony wants you to think it's like Nixie, so you think. Look, let's address that. You honestly don't know account settings? Let me try to give you some facts so you can maybe come up with an opinion that you can become. Maybe not, because you just honestly don't know. I don't know. None of us really know. But at the risk of losing more comments, let me just show you this, because you honestly don't know. I mean, account settings, facts don't enter into it. You just honestly don't know. So here are key insights from 90 artificial intelligence merger and acquisition deals from 2018 through the end of 2024. These deals covered AI in search engines, large language model vendors, legal tech, fintech, human resources tech, computer vision, health tech, cybersecurity, marketing tech, data intelligence, and infrastructure. Over here, the lowest multiple paid was 12.8 times revenue. The highest multiple paid was 54.8 times revenue. The average multiple paid was 25.8. This is a study that I paid for, and I share it with you. Now, account settings, because you honestly don't know, because you honestly believe everything I've been talking about for the last several weeks must be just made up, because you honestly don't know. Because you're listening to Tony who wants to scare you out before you benefit. You're going to make a tragic mistake if you let this honest part of you that doesn't know anything make the decision for you. But anyway, hopefully there will be enough account settings. Hopefully there will be enough information coming out if they ever get the transaction done that you can then honestly know. But let me give you one point of reference. There's a company called SoundHound, who last year did 85 million in revenue, and it's AI. It's the AI 2.0 on steroids. And they lost money. They don't make money. But they did 85 million in revenue. And the market cap is $5 billion. So account settings, you can honestly not know about Railtown, but you can honestly know by just Googling the stock symbol for SoundHound. And you can find out that last year their revenues were 85 million. You can find out they lost money, and you can find out that their market cap is $5 billion. So if I showed you if I could show you revenue account settings for Railtown of 85 million that has high margin, they make money, would you give it 5 billion in market cap? How about if I showed you 150 million in revenue? Would you give it 5 billion in market cap? Is Railtown somehow, because you invested in GTII and you invested in MMTLP and you listening to, I'm not picking on you, I'm talking to the whole audience, and you invested in, you listened to Tony De Niro, and Frank has a new idea, the Ham's joining in on, and it's going to work this time, and there's a share count at G-Bucks, and therefore, because of all that happening, you don't know about Railtown going to 10, 25, or 50. All right, so if I were to show you a path to 150 million in revenue, which is double, it's a little less than double what SoundHound did. SoundHound's valued at 5 billion. Let's first go backwards and let's take 5 billion as a target, and let's divide it by 150 million shares. They currently have 140 million shares out, according to Yahoo. So 5 billion divided by 150 million shares outstanding is $33 a share. And you honestly don't know about $10, $25, or $50. You honestly don't know. because it's, to you, Soundhound, hey, that's a great company. Railtown, Tony says it's bad. Well, you're going to miss out. If you listen to Tony, I think you're going to miss out. But it's up to you, account settings. Now, let me show you where revenue can come from. Number one's from Conductor, and there are the other, they have Lang Tracks, Rail Tracks, and Shredder, but mainly it's Conductor. So they have their own marketing. They have that's enough right now. So they have Conductor, which they directly sell. They also white label it through Microsoft partners and others. It's on their website. And now they have the AI partnership network of 160 companies who have 5,000 clients, and they all share. So you obviously don't think there's any value there. You honestly don't know. Well, we're going to find out about it. But if we assume that Conductor is valuable, if we assume that Conductor is a first mover, and if we assume Conductor is world class, we can use this analyst report from a year ago and talk about the market. We'll use their market penetration of 3%, which I think is really low. But I'm not going to use their addressable market. I'm going to use what Corey, and I got to read this other article to you. What Corey used in a video is that the AI market, the spend on AI, and I think it was this year, it might have been next year, will be $300 billion. And that will be accretive to the corporation spending it. So 300 billion, and I'm going to use a 3% penetration. Is that reasonable? I think it should be higher than that. But $300 billion market times 0.03 for Conductor would give revenue of $9 billion. Now, I'm going to say to you that 9 billion sounds preposterous. So I'm going to take 10% of that. So that's 900 million in revenue. You know what else? I'm going to say that is preposterous. So I'm going to take 10% of that. And that gives 90 million in revenue. Stated a different way, 90 million in revenue. Stated a different way, That's if they get, and my math might be wrong, but I think I'm right. That's if they get that much of that market. It's so puny, so puny. But anyway, let's use 90 million. So this is the addressable market. I started with 3%. That gave me 9 billion. That sounds silly. So I took 10% of that. That got me to 900 million. I think that sounds silly too. So I took 10% of that, gives me 90 million. I think that sounds like a target for their revenue out of Railtown. So 90 million. And I'm talking about being able to project that, say by the end of the year or sometime next year, as an annualized run rate. That's all they got to do. And then I just showed you the multiples. The fact is, account settings, we have seen the frenzy in the other trades, but you honestly don't know about those. But we'll look backwards rather than forward. Apparently, the multiple that should be used is 50 times revenue at a minimum. What prices being paid are 100 times revenue and 150 times. But let's just use 25 times, which was the last 6 years average. That gives 2.25 billion as a target value for Railtown, and let's divide it. Let's use the number of shares that are in this report for dilution. Let's divide it by 170 million shares. That gives $13.25. Can you remember that number, account settings? That's for Railtown I think in the near, the sort of 6 months to 12 months time frame. That's just for conductor. Can you remember that number for a second? I'll put it up here so you see it. Now let's look at AIP, which reportedly the companies were doing, they're all AI companies, early stages of their growth trajectory. AIP's 160 companies currently are doing 400 million in revenue, or that's the confident projection of 160 companies. Let's use, instead of the 80-20 rule, let's use the 90-10 rule. I don't know what that is. 80-20, 20% of your customers do 80% of your revenue. But I don't know what it is when it's 90-10. But let's just say instead of 20% of your customers doing 80% of your revenue, let's say that 10% of them do well. I guess if you have 20% and then 20% of that does 80, that's that's 16 times 5. It's 80. Why don't we just go with the 20? I don't know what the multiple is. Let's go with the 80-20 rule. And then we can discount it from there. So the 80-20 rule says that 20% of these companies will do 80% of that revenue. So let's take 400 million times 0.8. That equals 320 million. And let's take 20% of 160 companies. That's 32 companies. 32 companies do 320 million. Now, let's say that it's evenly distributed and they don't buy 32 companies, they just buy half. Let's say 16 companies, and they do half that revenue. 16, so 320, that'd be 160 million. That'd be, so I did the 80-20 rule to get to 320, and that's 32 companies. But then I said, let's just do half. I just assumed all the companies do. I just assumed that out of the 32 companies, they only buy 16 of them out of the gate. And I just split this by half rather than doing the 80-20, because I would have, if I'd done 80-20 again, that would have given a bigger number. So this is more conservative. So let's assume by rolling up 16 companies, they absorb 160 million of revenue instead of so that's where I come. Now, account settings. I don't know how they're going to do it. One way might be that they issue enough shares that it's going to be a 50-50 split. I don't think that's what they'll do. Another way is they might set up a separate entity and run everything through there and then split the revenues. Or another thing is they'll acquire these companies just on a revenue split where they absorb the responsibility for costs. I don't know. We'll find out. But let's assume that the net out of the AIP portion is half of this, 80 million. Remember, this revenue already exists, and it's all AI. And also remember that right now the multiples are 100 to 150 times revenue. The last 6 years, the highest was 50, but let's still use 25. Let's still use 25 times revenue. So that's 2 billion. And I already discounted the revenue, so I'm not going to change the shares. But let's use the 170. There's only 140 out. We'll divide it by 170 million shares. That gives $11.76. $11.76. That gives a target of $25 account setting. And I think those numbers are conservative, but you honestly don't know. So I don't know. I don't know how to make you honestly know one way or the other. But if you're listening to fears, if you're listening to Tony, if you're listening to these people make fun of me, if you're comparing Railtown to Nixie or to Logic or to GTII, those are non sequiturs. They don't make any sense. The facts of Railtown and AI Partners have nothing to do with me personally. They have nothing to do with me pointing it out to you. Nothing. They have nothing to do with any. This is as good a guess, as reasonable a guess of what research and institutional investors are going to see as the out of the gate value of Railtown. Let's say the end of the year value. This is as good. I was conservative on both. I compared it to SoundHound. SoundHound, the amount of revenue represented here was 85 for conductor and 80 for this. That's 165. SoundHound's trading at 5 billion for 85 million in revenue. So technically, we should be dividing 10 billion by 170 million. That's $58 a share, account settings. And you honestly don't know. I get it. You honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. That's the problem with projections. But you know what? If you were buying a house, account settings, and you walked into it and the realtor said, this house is worth $1.2 million, and you'd say, I honestly don't know. And she said to you, well, the comps, the same square feet, the same year built, same model. There's one just down the block that's selling for $1.4 million, but they have a pool. There's another one selling in the block down the road that has a finished basement. Otherwise, it's the same as this house, and that's selling for $1.3 million. But you wouldn't honestly know, because honestly, it's just a comparable. Honestly, you're just taking the word of a real estate agent comparing one house to several others, but you honestly don't know. Railtown, when you compare it to SoundHound and other projects, 90 projects that were bought out over the last 6 years, and you know the revenue in AIP is 400 million. Well, you don't know. I guess you honestly don't know. But we'll find out as the revenue comes out. But the hard thing you're having to process, how could that be possible when the stock's 60 cents? That's what's hard in your brain. How can that be possible? How can OMERS, the Ontario Municipal Employment Retirement System, I think that's who it was, that put up the 25 million, or it was through one of John Ruffalo's other companies, put up the 25 million for Constellation Software that's now worth 100 billion in market cap. How could that be possible? Honestly, don't know. Account setting, it's because none of you are really investing in any of these stocks knowing what you're doing. I'm not picking on you personally, but none are investing knowing what you're doing. You hear the story, oh, there's a short, it's going to squeeze. But you don't take time to come up with a theory for yourself of what the value of the company is. Just to show you that $25 is conservative, if we assume that the net revenue is 100 million from AIP, and it's 50 million a year from Conductor at Rail, and we then take that to 150 million annualized recurring revenue, ARR, and we multiply it not by 25. There's a range of 100 to 150 is what's being paid for revenues. Let's multiply it by 150 and see what that comes up with. Just the high end. 150 million times a multiple of 150. It's 22 billion. 500,000. This is admittedly the high end. Let's take 170 million shares. That's $132. But you honestly don't know. That's $132 if you use 150 multiple, which I'm saying that multiple's high. But that's what those are the multiples being paid. That's $132 a share. But I'm telling you $25. I'm not getting stuck on that. But I just show you that number because you honestly don't know that is a comparable number based on what's happening in AI. It might be a bubble. It might not last forever. But those are numbers based on what's happening in the marketplace for AI companies. What the hell do you know anyway? What the hell do I know? What we can do is look at the comps. What's the house selling for down the road? And you honestly don't know. I think account settings before you sell, you're going to want to have a better idea of what you're invested in. I'll try to help do that. The key is going to be, if they ever close this transaction, the key is going to be guidance on revenue. And then if there's research reports that come out, we can start trusting other sources than me and my whiteboard, and you can gain confidence in those targets. But it's going to mean a lot to your net worth to not prejudge because you don't honestly know. Well, obviously you don't know. It's not your field. But just suspend your disbelief until people who know not me. We'll let other people say it. But I know you honestly don't know. But when you write down the numbers and you compare it to what's out there, and this is just the starting revenue, I think Railtown's one of the most powerful stories I've ever seen. And I know you honestly don't know, but that's not a reason to sell or buy or do anything. What's a reason to sell or buy or do anything is to sit down and try to figure out what the value is per share. And of course, these criminals, in any stock that's trying to get ahead, they destroy the value per share. But that's not going to happen here, particularly if they don't go on the NASDAQ. I don't know, account settings. You scare me a little bit because you have a nice position, and I hope you're not shaken out early. I don't think you'll be able to get back in once the institutions, all you would need is 10 institutions, each asking for 5%, trying to buy 5%, or buying 3%. And they're going to lock up those shares. They're not going to, once they buy it, they're not selling it the way these hot hands do. And so, anyway, account settings. I understand you don't believe it, but it's because of your experience with these other stocks. Is what I'm telling you. Railtown should not be 60 cents right now. Railtown should not be 60 cents right now. The reason Railtown is 60 cents right now is because there is a lockdown on news. There is a lockdown on research. There is a lockdown on information. There's a lockdown on talking about revenues. They make announcements on revenue deals, but they don't tell you about the revenue. There's a gate. There is a prevention on any insiders, any large investors who were insiders, anybody that's involved with Railtown as an investor or an insider, anybody who's involved with AIP as an investor or an insider, anybody involved probably at OMERS who's investors and insiders, anybody in all the 160 companies who are investors and insiders, any of the clients who's probably every single client in Canada of Canaccord Genuity, institution, family offices, retail, wealthy investors, smaller investors, ETFs, the whole gamut. They can't be solicited to buy the stock. So you're looking at a stock at 60 cents and your brain's saying, I honestly don't know about $10 or $25. Because you're looking at 60 cents and you're saying, hey, that's impossible. It's a penny stock. All these guys nattering at me, who I think are all assholes, but their message gets through to me. Yeah, it's a penny stock. It's impossible. And William told me about Logic, and William told me about silver. He got one wrong. William had Ham on his show day after day talking about Finger and bringing up G-Bucks and bringing up GTII day after day. So obviously Railtown's not worth that much because GTII didn't work out. I honestly don't know. I mean, GTI, honestly, it was 60 cents. It didn't go to 25. So I honestly don't know. It's really bad thinking. It is really bad thinking. Terrible thinking. Account settings, I forget, but you have a large position. You're so fortunate to be able to buy that position, and at higher levels, you'll never be able to buy that again. And it's the perfect storm of a bunch of cocky criminals just keep selling, because that modus operandi always works, but it won't this time. Combined with the fact that there's no buying. So the stock's 60 cents. But it shouldn't be 60 cents right now. I mean, I don't know how quickly it's going to go up. My opinion is going to go up overnight. But it could take a while because a lot of the institutions who are going to bring it to these valuations can't buy stocks under $1, can't buy stocks under $2, can't buy stocks under $3, can't buy stocks under $4. $5, bingo, they can buy. Or maybe it's $6 or $7, bingo, or maybe it's $10. And then they're not buying it because it's coming back down account settings. But you honestly don't know. I hope by the time the news is announced that there's enough third-party confirmation of what I'm trying to educate that you do honestly know at that point. But if you get out because you compare this stock to the manufactured stories of these other stocks, and I don't think I would include Finger in that. You're going to regret it. So I spent some time on that with you, not out of disrespect and not out of a desire to be upset with you. I spent time on that because I want you to understand that your reaction that you honestly don't know could be very expensive. But I agree with you. It'd be great if news were to come out. I don't think it's coming today, obviously. And it probably won't come Monday and or any day that we're hoping for it. I personally think if it doesn't come by next Friday, it's not going to come until September. I think there's a lot of vacation time. So we have to get ready to wait. We just have to get ready to wait. But if news comes, I think you're going to find out account settings that you're in a far more exciting stock than you know. None of this is predicated on catching out the shorts. None of it is predicated on organizing an acquisition. We're buying a gold company. We're going to go buy a percentage of a company that owns some Bitcoin none of it. Getting into Trento mines or getting a legal, none of that. Account settings, Railtown is going to go up regardless of whether you own it or not. Regardless of whether you honestly don't know about prices of 10, 25, or 30. It's going to go up. Of course, I'm giving you my opinion. It's not a promise. It's a prediction, not a promise. But if you get out based on this urgency, this nattering whisper, oh, William's really bad, he's given other bad stocks. Remember, when venture capital firms form, they invest in 12 companies. 10 of them are shit. One's okay and one's a genius. And maybe that's how to look at it. Willie Frankenbeans Teller, if RLAIF's such a promising stock, why then aren't the big investors pouring money into it? Well, it's a good question. I think, as with anything, there's not a simple answer, and it presumes something that's not true. So let's go with what it presumes. It presumes that big investors haven't put money in it. That's not true. Big investors have put money into Railtown. Very big investors have put money into Railtown. My understanding is the closely held positions equal somewhere between 50 and 80% of the outstanding float, and the majority of those investors are big investors, very big investors. So your assumption is wrong, I think. But that's one comment that I have. There are very large investors already in Railtown, investors who backed Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini and their team. Their team is quite extensive and deep. So yeah, there are big investors in there. In AIP, I'm not sure that they've had to raise a lot of money, but to the extent that the investors are in there, I think they represent big investors, because the investors in AIP partnerships, many of them, by my understanding, were in the original group of investors who invested with John Ruffalo, for example, and backed Constellation Software. And so they're there. But I don't think AIP has needed very much money yet. It's just it's like an association. It doesn't, you got staff and you got electric bills and printers and secretaries, but it's not a investment heavy company yet. Well, before they got into all the rolling up, they agreed to be purchased by Railtown. So we've had this delay. We've had a delay. I just went through it, but all of the backers and the insiders of Railtown cannot buy any stock in the company whilst it's under a quiet period, while it's restricted. Why? Because they have material inside information that if they purchased stock, they'd be self-dealing or they'd expose themselves to lawsuit. The standard man test, the test about that is, what information do they have as they look at the books of AIP partners and they structure a deal and they look at the revenues? What information do they have that they're investing based on that the general public does not have? Is there information there that if Mrs. Kimotabi knew, she would either sell, avoid, or buy the stock if she knew about it? But if the large shareholders who back and are invested in Railtown, if the insiders of Railtown, and pretty much people they talk with, if they buy shares based on material inside information, they can go to jail. The regulators go after the longs. They never go after the shorts. But they can go to jail. So they don't buy. It's against the law. When can they buy? When the deal's done and the information is fully disclosed to everybody, to the world. So that's Railtown. And so all the buyers that support Marwan and the rest, and Corey, and all their investors, they can't buy any. They can't buy any. So that buying's gone. all of the whales who know the story and maybe didn't get in to back, but they know the story, they've talked, they've seen it, they've been involved, they can't buy either because they have access to information you don't. All of the backers, of AIP Partners, that's Dr. Tom Core, that's the CEO and president, Najab, and I can see his picture, I can't pronounce his name. That's John Ruffalo, that's the guy from IBM. There's a bunch of people, they can't buy shares. Their investors can't buy shares. And I would imagine any big investor in John Ruffalo's venture capital firm can't buy shares. I would imagine any big investors that are associated with the whole network of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System cannot buy shares because the stock is restricted. The stock is in a quiet period. The stock is in the middle of a merger. They can't buy. They can't buy. And then you have Canaccord Genuity, which is one of the top 4 brokerage firms in Canada. And if you break their clientele into institutional and retail, the brokers that represent the institutional side, the brokers that represent the retail, they are not allowed to solicit buy orders. They're not allowed to tell the story. They're not really allowed to mention the name Railtown to their clientele because it's on the restricted list. So there's no buying from Canaccord. And I think the other part of your question is, if the buyers are, as you put it, big investors, like a retirement fund, or like a mutual fund, or like a managed, a big pool of money, a hedge fund managed on behalf of others. These funds, these big pools of capital, often have a mandate. They often have an operating agreement. They often have an internal rule book about what they're allowed to do. And many, many, many institutions on Wall Street will not buy a stock below $10 or below $1 billion in market cap. Some are willing to go down to $5, $7, but that's a hard, fast rule. I don't know where the break point is on many of those Canadian sources of capital, but on Wall Street, you'll find that cutoff. Now, I think what's going to happen, as long as the markets stay without a crash, I think what's going to happen, Willie, is you're going to see great walls of capital raised by everyone from Kathy Ark to Goldman Sachs to Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, other places dedicated for AI 2.0, including the companies in the space like Meta who want to buy. So when everybody comes back from their summering, I think you're going to see a wall of capital going into the AI space. And in that context, I think a lot of institutions may lower their threshold and they may decide they can buy stocks at $1 or at $2 or $3 in this space. But for right now, under $1, a lot of those guys can't buy. So that's my answer. The the shorts are working right now because the buyers can't buy. The knowledgeable buyers can't buy. But I can assure you, Willie, there are going to be huge buyers coming in. Maybe not at these prices. It might be at $5 or $6 instead. But when they start coming in, they take the stock off the market. They're buying it for 5 years or 10 years. They're buying it for performance so they can make their bonuses on it. And they're not going to buy and sell it. They're not going to be scared out by Tony not know so much or by any of these other. They're not going to heed the siren song of some other stock that's underpriced, that's got a short position, and they're in energy and they're doing AI and they, the whole thing. They're not listening to any of that. So, but if you want to wait, Willie, till the bigger buyers come in, you'll be buying it at $20 a share. So, if it's your requirement that the stock reflects the big buyers coming in, pay up for it. Buy 500 shares at the end of the year instead of 25,000 shares now. It's your call. I should make you a moderator. All right. I don't know. I forget how to do it, but I'll Google it, figure out how to do it. Ted Williams, Jack Hamilton. Welcome to the chat, Willie. William has explained some of the details, and I've looked them up myself. The reason the big investors are pouring in is because they're not. Oh, the reason they're not is because they're not allowed to yet. Yeah, I mean, it'll change, and you've looked it up. Here we go. Ragaza, his shills plucking numbers from their monster's ass. 20, 30, 50, 100. Look, those numbers, I want to be clear. On the higher end of those numbers, we're going to have to wait for them. It could be 2 years. It could happen more quickly, but it could be 2 or 3 years. The lower end of those numbers, the numbers that go from 6 to 10 to 15 to 20, I think that could all happen by the end of this year. But you have to be ready to wait as well. I don't want you expecting this to be hot money that you can, quickly get in, roll out of, and go buy Ham's next stock he has. Use other money for that. Or if you want to, you can just not listen to what I'm saying and just, go chasing I flee, I fly. You can do that. But his shills plucking numbers from their master's ass, 20, 30, 50, 100, all to entice you to thinking it's at only 50 cents now. So it's a 50x or 100x. Well, I haven't used those numbers yet, but I think it's a 10x. I think it's a 10x if you use a value creation curve. This is productivity, technology, but it's the same concept in investing. You have the ferment period, that's the R&D period. You have the takeoff period, which is the commercialization and revenue, and then at the maturity point, you sell the company. And this is the cycle that happens over and over again. So a bunch of guys, geniuses, they create something, they prove the concept, and then the big boys buy them out. And that's what happens. I'm not making it up. But in terms of 50x, at 60 cents, I think it's going to go to $6 down in that ferment phase when we break out and it starts up, $6. So that's 10x. If you're willing to wait 2 years, I think it'll go to $60. So that's another 10x. But if you're more urgent than that, and you're talking about end of this year, maybe the next 9 months, next year, next summer, I think it could go to $30, $35. So that would be 50x from here. And I think you can get 50x from here in this stock. So Regaza has very kindly pointed out to you the upside potential in Railtown. Jack Hamilton, the information indicators don't have an exact time for the due date of the good news, but even if the company hinted at it, it'd be soon. Please deep dive this company and make an yes, Jack, I agree. Regaza, be careful, people. This guy is a big fraud. Well, I don't think I am, but I've made mistakes, and I've done a lot of videos. I haven't taken a single one down, so you can go see him. This is what he's saying here. Go view his past videos. It's all there. Well, if any of you want to watch hours and hours of me, I can think of better things to do with your life. But they're all there. You can go watch them. Please do. Please go watch them. I don't have anything to hide, good, bad, and the ugly. But I've always tried to do my best and give my best advice. I don't know what it means to be a fraud. I don't pretend to be anything. I don't pretend to be more than I am. And so I think it'd be very hard to call me a fraud. But, I guess, Ragazzo, if you think I'm a fraud, my name is there. I don't even know what the hell a Ragazza is. Jack Hamilton, thank you for your efforts and time. Please add. All right, Jack Spratt. Jack Hamilton has 68,497. That's awesome. That is awesome, Jack. Congratulations. Here's a guy that somehow types with his fingers up his rear end. Very pleasant name. Very pleasant name. Thanks to bringing it to our your name, bringing it into our community. I just can't tell you how pleased I am that you join and that you show us the respect by using that name. Jack Hamilton. Oh, you're in the green. All right. 2,845. Bravo. Finger is 1,350,000. And it's hanging in there in the aftermarket. Ward Richardson. Okay, William, I understand. Thank you for the info on the taxes. I have never been in a stock that may be bought out. Thank you again. Yeah. Ward, the reason it's probably going to be bought out, you just don't know when, it's going to grow massively. I mean, this might be the unicorn. This might be the next NVIDIA, the next Netscape, the next Amazon. But on the other hand, it may, my opinion, it may grow so quickly and need to be staffed up so quickly that it's better to sell on or the results will be so promising that someone wants to come to buy them. And that's been what at least 4 of the principals have done before. Corey Brandolini built and sold a company to Microsoft, or at least he was a partner of a company that, principal of a company that sold to Microsoft. So they've been through it before. And the thing with technology, more than, say, an oil and gas company, but it happens with oil and gas companies too, is technology moves at lightning speed. And so if you've moved up that value curve, you hand it off to the big boys. Because if you wait too long, that the whole thing can disappear. And if you don't have the capital to keep expanding your reach, somebody can beat you. So the most likely thing is a sellout of this technology. Jacqueline Brulat, how do we feel about Finger these days? Hi, Jacqueline. I'm a little confused as to why it's up today 24% on huge volume. I mean, you've got to notice that. You've got to say, wow, that is a distinct turn in the trend of the stock. When you look at the stock for the last few months, and I didn't agree yesterday, and I still don't see what Adam saw yesterday in the chart. So he obviously called it a lot better than I did. He saw something. I mean, now that I'm looking at it, $1.40, sort of around $1.50, is the high point of the stock for a period of time from about January, February, March. So this $1.40 is a little bit of the top of resistance back then, and then it becomes support. So maybe that's what he saw. I don't know the exact number, but maybe what Adam saw was that support. A couple other people said that Finger was coming into support, but they said it earlier and it kept going down. So Jacqueline, on a trading basis, I'm a little surprised that it snapped back this quickly, that high. On the other hand, it's done that before. But I think it's very positive. I think it's very positive that it has done this snapback. It's a very good sign. Now the question is, will it keep going from here? I don't know. The stock has been down from 320, almost in a diagonal, since late May. So it's been down for about 65, 70 days, down. And I mean, it kind of a little bit, not really sideways. I mean, it had one day that a couple of days it went back up, but in general, it's just been down. And I would not, on a technical basis, expect this to go straight up. It's done it before, though, Jacqueline. It's done it before. I mean, it just recently did it. It went from middle of April, it went from $1.50 I don't know, $1.20 all the way to $5.20 very quickly. So it can happen. But Jacqueline, I would expect that the stock might go a little higher Monday, but then I think it would pull back a little first. But this is a very clear turn in direction. So it could be a very positive sign technically for the stock. But it's beyond my understanding of charts what to tell you. Adam obviously saw something better than I did. Now, fundamentally on Finger, I have some concerns for Finger over the next 6 months. But let's start with the positives. I think Finger has a tremendous team. They have a really strong and committed investor group, really impressive group of investors. Of course, they've got the indefatigable Ham working to tell the story. So they've got a lot of talented people pulling for the stock and trying to make things happen. I think Martin Shen is I personally think he's tremendous as a CEO, because he bridges, he works very hard too. So anyway, the other positive of the company is none of the storyline of data and insurance companies and et cetera has gone away. That's all still there. But what I'm concerned about, Jacqueline, and I have been now since we saw the annual report, I'm concerned about the C2 contract. I would have done it differently, but I don't have the facts. I don't have the facts. And they may have a strategy I don't know about. But we learned about two of the vehicles. The revenue was about 50 to 60,000 per vehicle. They raised about $5 million face from Roth Capital in December, primarily to participate in the next orders from the government of these command and combat, or whatever they are, control and whatever command and control vehicles, C2. But the annual report had no information really on it. But I think you can extrapolate that if two vehicles gave revenue of 50,000 each, maybe 60,000 each, that it doesn't really cost that much to acquire the vehicles and install all the equipment. But I'm really pushing, trying to interpret what was not written. But if that's true, maybe they bought a bunch of vehicles in January, February, end of January, February, and maybe they built those out. Who knows? Maybe they got them delivered within 30, 60 days. And judging from the first two, to get it reported was quite a while. But let's just say 6 months from, I don't know, June, May, June. Those vehicles have already delivered. Maybe they get revenue from that. And, maybe it's 100 vehicles. Maybe it's 50. I don't know. They didn't put it in the annual report. But my point is there could be a big revenue source from those C2 vehicles coming in the fourth quarter or the first quarter in our terms. But what concerns me, Jacqueline, is what I would have done. One of the reasons the stock might have gone up is that the shorts were priming the pump to get the stock up, to get us in it. And then when it was up, they were going to, and they sold. And I'm sure they've sold it down since. But maybe they were going to do a deal through maybe Roth Capital and try to get shares of the company directly. I would have liked to have seen Finger Motion, I don't know, sell 10 million shares, even if the Toad took them at $3 or at $2.50. Then I would have known that the C2 contract demanded a lot of capital, which would be a real positive. And if they had that money and they were deploying it in cycles in that order, build, sell, get revenue, do it again, but it's in, let's say, a certain amount of vehicles every quarter, eventually it just becomes a self-perpetuating revenue machine. And that would have been great. Now, I think there's still a chance for that, but it's going to be slower. And that gives a lot of room for the bad guys to play. But all hope isn't lost. That could be a major part of a revenue report in our fourth quarter. That would be their I guess that would be their third quarter. The reason I'm worried, Jacqueline, over the next sort of August, September, October timeframe, maybe November, is they have some cash, but they also have costs. The C2 contracts, when it was announced as being exclusive and being for the entire country. But then this most recent allocation of resources, in one of the releases, it said that they had won the bid. And I'd love to know why you have to win the bid if it's an exclusive contract. Or maybe they have exclusivity as long as they always perform when the governments put out a tender. Either way, if it's competitive bidding or they always have to be able to perform in order to keep it as an exclusive contract, my concern is that if another big slug of vehicles is required, they may have to raise capital. And the last time Roth Capital did it, the stock was around 280. It was a spike, but it was 280. They priced it at $1.50. And then the bad boys drove it down and kept it down in the low dollar range sort of for 90 days. And so if Finger needs to raise money, but it's an if, they could go to a joint venture partner, like they've signed up with a automobile company, and maybe that company has the credit or will extend credit, or they'll make an arrangement there. Or you get a joint venture of another Chinese company that brings in money on a favorable terms, or they go to their investor group. What I've noticed about their investor group, they always ask for a discount. Fair enough. Fair enough. They're putting up a lot of money, get a discount. But one thing bigger investors think is if they get a discount, they're getting a deal. In my experience, almost always the stock price eventually goes to the price they paid because they're insiders and they priced the stock last time, I think, at $1.50. And so the market says, well, if you're pricing at $1.50, we'll go there. And sure enough, recently the stock got down there, if I remember the pricing. So I think if the investor group does it, it'll be at a discount. It'll be good financing, though. But then I worry if they have to go to Roth Capital or somebody like that, it'll be a disguised toxic situation so that the toad or other shorts can create derivatives and keep pressure on the stock. So that's why I'm a little worried over the next 90 days to the end of the year. But Jacqueline, I think look, they got great investors. They have great contacts in China, although China seems to be going through, I believe, through at least a recession. And I think Xing is losing his power. And I think China's population is much closer to our population than to India's. So I think there's some things going on in China that, and a lot of the competition with the large automobile companies, there's something like 160 of them, gives me some concern about that competitive landscape. On the other hand, if they link up with a good automobile company, a good manufacturer, they're going to be motivated to make it work. So that's a positive. But in that whole background, China, a lot of the companies are like BYD or whatever that electric company is. They're way behind on paying their bills, reportedly. So I just think it might be tough for the next few months. But the golden days could be ahead next year. If they can make it through, if they can bring in this revenue, if the C2 contract can start rolling with revenue at higher levels, that can really ramp up the size of the company. If one of their insurance resellers, Pacific Life Re, they're still working on the laboratory, they call it scientists. If they have a breakthrough there and start monetizing that, that can really accelerate the growth of revenues and the value of the stock. There's a couple other places they could have a jump, like their cloud computing offering. But that's kind of where I am with Finger. I've, this guy makes fun of it, but I personally, I don't own Finger now, but if I did, I personally would swap it for the next, probably until September 15th for Railtown. And then even if it went up from here somewhat, I think the move in Railtown that's my prediction. I could be wrong. But I think the move in Railtown will be of enough size that one could sell part of their Railtown to reestablish their position in Finger 31 days from now, establishing a tax loss. Of course, you lose your long term, but you can reestablish a position and keep Railtown. And that would be what I would be inclined to do. But finally, Jacqueline, there's only really a couple of ways of interpreting this move today. It could be something like the shorts covering. It could be that. And reducing their exposure because there is a lot of shorting covering on Wall Street. It could be. And that would be great. That would imply that lo and behold, after all this time, that maybe there is going to be a run because of short covering. But I personally, I think that the streets pretty much had this one under control. So I don't give it great odds, but it's a possibility. The other thing is maybe there's some buying from investors who really are getting an idea of something good going on. So maybe a big contract is coming, or maybe a big tie-up is coming. Maybe they're going to, I just don't know. And I would recommend that you listen to Ham's calls on Twitter. He would know, I think. But that's the other thing. There might be some really good fundamental thing happening that, you have to pay attention to 1 million shares and being up 25%. So that makes me feel like I gotta watch it. The third thing that could be happening is they're trying to distract you. They being the same shorts that I think have captured the entirety of the over-the-counter market and a good chunk of the NASDAQ market. I know it's conspiratorial, but I wouldn't put it past them to try to organize machine buying and some sort of distraction, because Jacqueline, they're in trouble here in Railtown. I hope Railtown doesn't squeeze. I never came on saying buy it because it's a squeeze play. I still don't want to say that. But the fact is, the number is now up to 46 million shares. It's pretty high. And they're all here, all over my butt. So that would be one thing is possible as well. So I gave you 3 potential reasons. We'll see what happens Monday. I think if Finger can navigate the next 2 quarters, I think next year could be very positive for them. But Jacqueline, I don't see it squeezing. My understanding is Ham said that I have my head up my ass on that call, but that's what makes a market. And if it does squeeze, there's going to be a lot of people happy, but I don't see that happening. Justin says buy the dip in MLSS. Well, thanks for getting people thinking about other stocks. Let me look at the chart. I don't think you should buy any other stock than Railtown right now, but Justin has a different idea. I see no reason to buy MLSS. It's 59 cents. All day long, I would swap MLSS for Railtown and do it while you can. For MLSS to make a break even of 67 cents would be an accomplishment. If it goes to 80 cents, 85 cents, or 92 cents, that would be incredible. But then to get through all that resistance around $1, I don't see it. And in the time you're in MLSS listening to Justin, you're going to miss out on Railtown going from 60 cents to $6 while you listen to Justin he's just saying buy it that's an insane recommendation. It might work, but I really don't think that Justin's doing you any favors with that recommendation. And if he's adding to his MLSS, let's see what happens. I'm going to write that down. MLSS, 59 cents. And I'm going to write down Railtown. It closed at, I think that, 57 cents. 57.38. I'm going to put a date by it, July 25. I'm going to name by it, Justin Babish. And I'm going to quote him. Justin says, buy the dip to be a dip in MLSS. Idiotic. If you're listening to him, you don't understand Railtown. The odds of MLSS being at $6 by September 15th are nearly nil. Railtown will be there on its way much higher. But if you want to continue to play the hot hand, continue to play chart stocks, day trade, gamble, it's just gambling. If MLSS works, it's just a gamble that worked. If you want to stay at the casino where you're going to be the sucker, stay there. I think Justin is showing that he's not mature enough to be given the idea of Railtown. I hope I'm wrong. Because I've spent a lot of time here, Justin, trying to give what I see. And to have you cavalierly suggest buy the dip on MLSS, why? Why? PJ 135, seems like there's an increase of jackassedness in here today. William, you must be right on. That's a good point. Isn't that what Ham always said? You get all the flack when you're over the target. Everything's in the red after hours. Not much. There's a thunderstorm going on outside. Yeah, Adam, you were right. Fingers up 24%. Monday will be interesting. Well, we'll see. If Finger pulls, they'll probably rally Finger Monday morning. And then if it's a sucker, and then they're going to walk it down, we should know by Monday, Tuesday. On the other hand, there might be some big announcement coming. Who knows? I haven't heard anything, but I would suggest that the best place to get information is on Twitter and listen to Ham's calls. I think he would know what's going on. Account settings. No, I'm not for urgent money. I was only saying I'll be happy with it. Yes. I know it shows. It probably shows account settings in my testiness. I think the news. I mean, this is when the news came out of the MOU right here, February 11th. A normal deal would be approved by the regulators by March 11th, but this one I could see is more complicated and take the full 60 days to study competition. So that would be April 11th. April 11th. So then May comes, all of May comes, and I thought they're going to get it done. But I was, I had settled in, and I thought, well, in that time frame, Nixie's going to do something, G-Bucks is going to do something, Next Trip's going to do something. What's the other one? There's another one. And so I didn't do anything in May. And I figured out, I've got my positions allocated, and I'll just see what happens. Well, then June comes around. June comes around, and I couldn't stand it anymore. June goes all the way, and I just couldn't stand it anymore. So Thursday, the 5th, I in the morning sat, or that evening before, I can't remember, and just did a list of projections, did probabilities, did what could happen with this stock, what's that stock, what, blah, blah, blah. And I just said, they're going to get, Railtown's going to get this deal completed in June. Why? Mainly because it had already been so long. How much longer could they take? Also, it was the end of the second quarter, end of the first half. So that Thursday, I decided I'm going to concentrate everything in my account. And I have to tell you, my account's small compared to you guys, but I put everything in Railtown. And that day, I started talking to Railtown about it. I thought it could be the next day. I just thought it'd be any day. I was wrong. It wasn't June. So then we come into July, and we're here now in July. I thought it'd be July. I'm wrong. It's not July. Well, it could be next week. Could be next week. But I've been wrong about July. My problem with August, everybody goes on vacation. But so that would mean September. Labor Day's the 1st. So maybe it'd mean the first week of September. So I think to get this merger completed, account settings, we have to steel ourselves that because of vacations and because of attorneys and regulators and all things, that it could take until the first week of September for this to happen. Why? Because I think if they don't get it done next week in July, I think everybody goes on vacation in August. So if they don't announce a completion of the acquisition of AIP Partners by Railtown next week, it's August on Friday. And I would be petrified. Once it goes through August, I think you can count on every bureaucrat, every attorney, particularly if they're female, but that's unfair. Single males too, bro. Or married males, I don't know. Maybe all attorneys. Regulators, all on vacation in August. So let me summarize that account settings. If they don't announce the completion of this deal next week, I think it's September. So let's put a positive spin on it. I think the principals are going to want to get it announced next week. They're not going to want to take the risk of regulatory holidays in August, or attorney holidays in August, or CEO holidays in August. So I really believe, account settings, that the Railtown acquisition of AIP Partners is going to be finalized and announced next week. For that reason, they can't wait. They can't let it go into August. But I can be, it's all about assumptions. And I've been wrong for June, and I've been wrong for July. So we have to get ready to wait until the first week of September, my opinion. If they don't get it done next week, I'm going to tell you, I think it's going to be September, which I'm going to hate saying that. I'm going to hate saying that. But when it finally gets done, the stock is, my number now is $6. Northwest, I do own Railtown, just being in, I know she wrecks. Yeah, this stock means slowing down, bringing our urgency down. It means we're committed to leaving the casino and coming over and focusing on creating wealth, not just hopping from one stock to the next, Don Quixote like, trying to make the system notice us. They don't notice us. So you want to be with a town full of losers, or do you want to pull out of here to win? I want to pull out of here to win. So wrap your legs around my engines and let's get the hell out of this loser town into a winning town. You're welcome, Northwest. Look, I come across, this guy Ragazzo says I look like the former president. I'm Irish. He's Irish. I've had a hair transplant, can't you tell? People, exactly my point, Ragazzo says. Look at another of William's shill few messages above. The guy named Adam. I think Adam would be surprised, Ragazzo, if he that you call him a shill for me. I think, I don't know, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I think I reacted overly to a couple of Adam's posts. I think he'd be surprised to be accused of being my shill. But hey, you're a man of limited IQ, so you call it as you see it. Ragazzo 80, that nut job happily coaxing you guys into believing Finger is up 24. It is up 24% today. It is up 24%. What he isn't telling you was down so big yesterday, like 30%. I don't see that in the chart. Let me look. But I'm telling you it was down for 60 days straight. Darn it. I can't get the chart. So they're not letting me get the chart. So yeah, Finger's been down quite a bit. I'd be worried that Finger is going to have a pullback. But you know what? The fact that you're bringing it up, the fact that you're scared, maybe there is some short covering going on. That'd be interesting. It'd be interesting, just as I least expected. So I'm not sure it was down that much yesterday. I really don't remember. But it's been just straight down because of you guys. Ted Williams, paper hands do really well in stocks. Maddie, why are you here, Ragazzo 80? Are you sent here by Tony Baloney and his crooked enterprise? Ragazzo 80. It was even more down previous. Yes, that's true. It was. Does his shill mention that? No, he won't, because he won't fit their narrative. I don't know what you're going on about. You're the one not fitting my narrative. You're just shoehorning your pre-planned message in, because you're the one that's both a shill and working to manipulate and steal here. Yeah, I think that's right, Ted. Ragazzo is short and is panicked. I agree. Northwest. Ted, I would talk about paper hands. Look how your diamond hands turned out in your MMTOP shares. I think that's unfair, Northwest. I think that's unfair. No one knew that I can see her face. I can't think of her name. No one knew that woman who now has a plush job over at AG Edwards or one of those firms. She's got a great job as a reward. She halted trading in MMTOP. So your criticism is wrong. And I don't think you know whether or not he was going to be diamond hands or not. Did you sell out, Northwest? Did you buy MMTOP at $1 or $2 and sell it at $8? Or are you one of the shorts that destroyed Torchlight Energy and then destroyed MMAT and then fraudulently caused MMTLP to trade and then destroyed that, and now we're attacking Nextbridge? Are you one of those? Ricasawiti, you have to admit that William has had and has always good intentions. By the way, we are responsible for our buyer and sales, not William. I would assume anyone in this part of the casino is a big boy or a big girl. Northwest very maturely says sucker. Ragazzo says good intentions, good intentions, good intentions. Boy, you don't see that when people bring up all his past stocks. The basic premise that the market is not corrupt and that the regulators are looking out for us, if you operate on that and you start looking at stocks, believing Ham's thesis that there's going to be buy-ins, and you start, anyway, you go through it, you run up against you, Ragazzo. And what you do with your friends, number one, you're paid kickbacks. Number two, with your friends, you all collude to short and sell stock that doesn't exist. You enter tickets that you lie about. You sell stock you don't intend to deliver. You've been taught by the big funds. You have the attorneys on your side. You have Ann Wagner on your side. You have the lobbyists on your side. You have the journalists on your side. You have Adina Friedman Chuck Cromwell Caldwell, you have Cook, you have everybody on your side. You run the gamut, and you have one strategy: sell. And then it destroys stock after stock. But then you point to people who are not part of your criminal campaign. We have to learn. You know what you're doing. The rest of us, we have to clear through and see. And that's because you bought and paid for Ann Wagner. She wants to protect your privacy to commit crimes. But it's really odd that you blame others for your doings. It really is odd. I guess that's how you live with yourself. Justin, sound only does voice recognition AI. Yeah, but it's big. It's big. That's a big market. But if you buy Railtown story, as I understand it, Railtown would help Soundhound. Railtown's something that is additive to all these companies. It's a big story, but we'll find out more. It is painful waiting for the news to come out. I think we're pretty clear it is coming out because of the last news story, which I'll read to you. But it is frustrating waiting, but that's because we're taking our anxiety and our hustle, listen to this, hurry there, don't think, buy, boom, boom. We're taking it over Railtown. Railtown is moving from the go-karts and motorcycles and Hot Wheels vehicles pulling up to the station, racing, and hopping in to the locomotive in the business class or the quiet car seat. And we're settling in for the long ride, and it's going to be steady. It picks up. It'll stop at a couple stations, but we're no longer in that frenetic bumper car world. We're going to be, so anyway, yes, sound only does one thing. Ted Williams, Northwest keeps selling. Account settings. Let me tell you, I don't listen to Tony or Hammer anyone. I now only go with a few selected. Yeah, there's some good people on MMTLP account settings. There is. I am happy and patient with Railtown. Bravo. Just so you know, when I start answering a question, the English language, you means you, but you means you all. So I morph into talking to the entire audience, and I'm not always clear about that. I'm trying to get the message across as a group, and I'm not trying to I'm not upset with your questions or anything. I'm a little confused by Justin saying buy the dip. It just means he doesn't get it yet, but sometimes people don't get things. But yeah, I'm fine. My message probably got broader, but it sounded like I was directing it specifically at you. I don't remember the whole thing. I'm sure part of it I meant directly to you, but and I know it may have come a little bit disrespectfully that I kept saying you honestly don't know. I think that's what it was. But I mean, the core of your message is true of anything. None of us know anything. But I look forward to account settings to when they can finally talk about it. Maybe I can have an interview and it's not me. And I can be corrected about things I've assumed, but it's not me. It's other people that you're listening to. I'm just glad you're in it now. Now's the time to be in Railtown. I really don't know how many more days you're going to be able to buy it under, well, now 60 cents. But heck, I don't think you're going to be able to buy it under $1 at some point soon. But as you've noticed, I've been wrong for 2 months running. Maddie, a loser like Regazzo. No, that's right. I mean, it's hard. Yeah, that's right. Justin, AI Partners has 165 different companies with specialized products, and all AI software everywhere can incorporate Conductor. I think that's a good I think that's a good summary. Northeast Iowa, Railtown went green on the closing. Yes, it did. Although right now I don't see that. Oh, I see extra hours there. It's just flat. But yeah, it went green on the closing. I think that's a very positive. This is, look, Ted, all I do is sell the rip, buy the dip. Like, that's not a true investor. That's a trader. That is a trader with a D. I hope people here stop trading. They don't know how to trade for the most part, and they're going to get burned. You go ahead and do what you do. And, some of these guys will see you in the Bowery in 15 years. I won't be around. Justin Babish, are you sound doo-doo? Sound doo-doo. I don't know what that means. I'm going to ignore it. Ted, you're full of crap, in my opinion. Oh, I don't think that's directed at me. Northwest, no one will miss you here. Panic, sell again. Yeah, I don't think anyone would miss. Justin Babish, I made a little dollar profit in Sound when it went from $5 to 15 because NVIDIA took a stake but didn't actually acquire. That's a good trade. That's a good trade. Steve, I'm here because Uncle Bill's a good guy who cares about helping as many people as he can, and knowledge is way above my head, and he isn't all about a squeeze. It depends on who I'm with. There's some girls worth giving a hug. Those rookies numbers, and I'm not effing leaving. Those are rookie numbers, and I'm not effing leaving. I never saw that movie. It'd be too painful for me to watch. But I bet it was good. I bet it was good. Uncle Bill, huge fan. Thanks for all you do. F all these shows. I know. But I should block them so I don't have to answer them. But once they start, I just, wow, CJ Yukon, you got a good number. 25K is a good number. 25K is a great number. Really is. That is a great number. You bought it at 56? Wow. You might have gotten the low on the day. Open, low. No, you got the open, but that's still pretty good. 56, great price. Bravo. Justin, 2 for throwing real estate agents on the bus and never trust them again. Account settings, that's absolutely right. I invested because I lost money in MMTOP and hoping I could make some money. But I'm now studying and understanding what you're saying and reading articles on AI. Yeah, I will admit to you, account settings, I'm learning a lot about AI now too. And we have to be careful for a bubble. But I really buy into Morgan Stanley's analyst, James Altucher, and Corey Brandolini, those three sources, others too. This AI 2.0 is revolutionary. But Palm, the guy that invented Palm phones, he walked around for years with his ideas. So there's, we got to be careful, but I think it's there. Tucker with Trevin Milton is a must see. I know Tucker would love to interview. I'll try, Maddie. I'll try. I don't know if he would. He's here. He's here in somewhere around here. I could ask him. I don't think I have the bona fides to, but who knows? Who knows? Chess night. I love it when you do your chalkboard number. A lot of new people haven't seen it, even though it's been done a few times. Please keep doing it. I've told quite a few new ones. Good point. I got to remember to keep telling the story. Good point, Chess Night. Good night, William. Dennis Alex. I always want to say Denise Alex, Dennis Alex. Wow, Norm Foss. Good night, Dennis Alex. Thank you. Norm Foss comes in for, I used to know a guy named Foss, worked with him. Good guy. 169 400. Good for you, Norm. Welcome, and thank you for sharing. Buying and holding this is a no-brainer. That was Danielle. Norm Foss, rail is the real deal. That's about all we need to say. That's about all we need to do is say. We could say real is the rail deal. Rail really is the real deal. But rail is the real deal. Frank McLean got Donald over here now. Donald is a Scott German. Great combo. All right, how did it go? How did that go? You tell your boss, I don't care how many Dago Guinea bastard. Well, actually, I'm German Irish. Well, all right, my Kraut McFriend. Something like that in the movie. He never hesitated. Justin, I think I heard Martin say that all C2 response vehicles are not created. Some are fully loaded and others selectively equipped based on customer needs. Yeah, and the other thing that'd be fun to learn is, does finger motion get an ongoing income stream from the data? That would be exciting to learn. But, Myarchus, what's the ticker? RLAIF, RLAIF. But if you're offshore, you can buy it in Canada. It's a Canadian stock, and it's just simply RAIL, RAIL. It's on the CSE exchange. It's called Railtown Technologies AI. Railtown AI Technologies, sorry. Railtown AI Technologies. Can I see it on Hood? Robinhood, I don't know if Robinhood trades it. I wouldn't I wouldn't trade on Robinhood. I think they do all fractional crap. But I don't know if Robinhood trades it. Try RLAIF, that's the over the counter version, or RAIL.ca or .cn. Should be under $1. There's another company in the United States with that symbol that's a train company. It's over $100. That's not it. I'm too tired. I just did a long thing on that. I personally think LGIQ is a complete loss and it's not even worth discussing anymore. But I have heard the fourth hand that the new CEO is real and it does intend to make this medical company work and list on the NASDAQ. Well, that gives me no comfort that it's going to list on the NASDAQ. I think they'll do a massive reverse split to bail out the shorts that Aubrey Advisors coordinated and Chadron, in my opinion. So I don't know, there's 750 million shares outstanding now. They'll probably take it down to 75 million or 7.5 million. So it's going to be a huge reverse split, which means our ownership's going to be de minimis. And then they'll start selling. They'll do derivatives, they'll do some sort of financing, and then it'll get delisted from NASDAQ unless they do another reverse split. We've been down the road before, but somehow Brent decided that was the best way to go. I think it was enormously foolish, almost stupid. And probably there's a psychological reason. We all have that. We all have patterns in our behavior. So I'm not criticizing. I just think that's a guy that works his ass off, makes things happen, and then he signs on the dotted line to the first liar that walks in his boardroom, and the next thing they know, shareholders are wiped out and he's wiped out. Finger was up 24%. Yeah, that's awesome. I was being cavalier with my MSL. I don't have any solid reasoning other than looking for a 30-40% upshot because it might be undervalued, and then move it to rail. Justin, you don't get it. You don't get it. You're not going to have any more time to buy rail. I know I sound like a broken record, and every day that goes by I've been wrong. But just look at the calendar. If this doesn't get done next week, my opinion, it doesn't get done in September. So what does that do to the people because of holidays, because of vacations, because of attorneys, because of regulators? They all need their breaks. What does that do to the people involved? That means they make sure it gets done next week. So good luck. That money you just put to MLSS, it's going to do nothing. Probably. It might go up 30%. But if I'm right, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday, they're going to get that deal done. And you're not going to be able to buy Railtown under $1. And my reasoning is as simple as I just gave you. If they don't get it done next week, it's not going to be done till September. And nobody inside those companies is going to want to wait till September. So I think it gets done next week. But you're right. I'm always wrong. And maybe you'll have a chance to do this little play, but I'm not sure. 100 shares of FL. All right. All right. It's not very much. I just don't want anyone else following your leader. I really don't. I really don't. Not because trading isn't fun, but I think people have to focus right now on the best gift they're being given, and I don't think it's from me. I don't think it's from me. I really think somebody out there has done a lot of praying. And I think this is an opportunity that is sent from above. All right, so account settings. I'm not offended at all. In fact, I'm appreciative that you respond to my questions and educate all of us. All right, I'm going to now take that down, and I'm going to finish by reading the article. This article, Railtown Technologies, that came out in that came out in well, as we go, I cannot remember the name of, it's the Canadian Stock Exchange magazine or something like that. But I want to read this to you as sort of a closing. So this article is written by, here it is. This article is written by Emily Jarvie, and it appeared in the Canadian Securities Exchange magazine, dated June 2025. The title, as you can see, is Railtown AI Technologies, Advanced AI Platform Helps Software Developers Tackle a $1 trillion problem. A $1 trillion problem. This is a first mover. This is best in class. And it's tackling a $1 trillion problem. Do you see the scale of the opportunity? Okay. Demand for software continues to rise in our increasingly digitized world as companies across all industrial sectors look to make their operations more efficient. Little do most people know that software developers themselves rely on other technologies to help the software developers be more effective in the development, building, and maintenance of software applications. Railtown AI Technologies, CSE, RAIL, and on the OTCQB, RLAIF, Railtown AI Technologies is one of the companies tackling the inefficiencies in how software applications are developed, built, scaled, managed, and maintained. Using innovative artificial intelligence developed in-house, it's proprietary. Railtown's suite of technology will identify problems within the software development and deployment process, providing knowledge and insight that includes suggested fixes and tests to increase the velocity of resolution. Chief Executive Corey Brandolini co-founded Railtown with a clear goal: to create an AI solution which transforms and elevates the end-to-end software development process. Quote, "My co-founders and I have been building software applications for 30 years. 30 years. Let me read that again. Quote, "My co-founders and I have been building software applications for 30 years. And as a result, we have built applications across many verticals and use most development methodology. Let me have some water. I apologize. As a result, we have built applications across many verticals and have used most development methodologies in doing so, unquote, Brandolini tells Canadian Securities Exchange magazine. We, quote, we have experienced the best and the worst of these methods. And it was from that experience that we knew we wanted to build the tools and frameworks to tackle all of the negative and inefficient software engineering and maintenance processes. All. We knew from that experience that we wanted to build the tools and frameworks to tackle all. That's a big statement. We wanted to tackle all of the negative and inefficient software engineering and maintenance processes. That's a big statement. Our Conductor AI model is the result of that work and is now positioned to be a big player in the AI-driven conversion of traditional methodologies of software development into a more efficient approach, unquote, with some emphasis. Quote, we wanted to create a very intelligent agent that not only understood the design aspects of what you were trying to build, but also the running and the maintenance of what you built as well, unquote. Brandolini explains that all of the work that goes into software development still relies on talented developers. Quote, human beings make up the bulk of the workload that goes into designing, building, training, deploying, managing, and maintaining a software application, he says. All right, now we got to go to the other page. Got to go to the other page. Let me see what it looks like. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so it goes to this page. This one. All right, so it says it's a manpower heavy load to run large, scalable software applications. The goal is to alleviate the non-productive tasks from the developer workload and to free the developer up and assist them in the creation of great new game-changing applications. The goal is to free the developer's workload and assist the developer in the creation of great new game-changing applications. Great new game-changing applications. With reams of data to examine, Railtown has been able to determine that its technology can save over 8 hours of human developers' time per week. Apply that metric across the developer's team and a full work year, and the potential to recapture incredible amounts of corporate value become obvious. Railtown operates in a high growth space Railtown operates in a high growth space where more than 30 million software developers work globally, with that number climbing by 3 or 4% every year. Not surprisingly, the developer tools market is projected to expand from US $6.6 billion in 2024 to US $22.6 billion by 2033, according to Business Research Insights. For Railtown, the opportunity lies in reducing losses caused by inefficient software development. It works out to be about 40% of your resources in non-productive tasks, Brandolini explains. Quote, our goal was to be able to create a very intelligent, agentic solution that could do a significant amount of the non-productive tasks in order to keep developers building and running new products, as opposed to fixing and maintaining and constantly reviewing historical technical debt, unquote. In the United States alone, the cost of inferior software was estimated to be US $2.4 trillion with a T. In the United States alone, the cost of inferior software was estimated to be US $2.4 trillion in 2022 by the Consortium for Information and Software Quality, the CISQ. Related losses due to cybercrime and problems with software supply chains were cited, as was the term quote-unquote technical debt, which is the implied cost of future work to fix suboptimal software. At scale, software bugs can lead to extremely costly problems, with the millions of automobiles being recalled in 2024 because of software issues being just one example. A flawed software update by cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike last year disrupted everything from personal laptops to enterprise infrastructure. One estimate put the resulting losses for Fortune 500 companies at over US $5 billion. Railtown is helping to address these types of problems with its proprietary Application General Intelligence AGI platform, Conductor. The system is designed to support the entire software development lifecycle. It ingests a wide range of data sources, including developer tickets, code repositories, deployment logs, and documentation, and then uses the information to understand how a software application works. From there, Conductor can automate many of the repetitive, time-consuming tasks developers typically manage. This includes generating reports and release notes, identifying root causes of bugs, writing code fixes, creating documentation, and deploying tests. On this page, underneath the picture of what I think is an excellent team, and they obviously work well together. They enjoy being there, and they have a lot of energy, and I think they look excited, like the cat who caught the mouse. It says underneath, Railtown and AIP's goal, along with the Canadian government's AI program initiatives, is to build a strong Canadian ecosystem for Canadian companies. That's page 26 of the technology issue. Okay, to finish, last page of the article. So as the platform, as Conductor learns more about an applicant, see my eyesight, I misread that word. So as the Conductor platform learns more about an application's architecture and workflows, Conductor can begin to predict issues before they arise and recommend fixes, helping software development teams reduce technical debt and maintain code quality at scale. Unlike other development tools that are often fragmented and domain specific, unlike other developer tools, which are often fragmented and domain specific, Conductor serves as a unified platform. Conductor serves as a unified platform that connects all aspects of software development, automating tasks across teams and workflows to improve productivity and collaboration. The platform evolves with the application it supports to help ensure that development goes as smoothly as possible from start to finish. Importantly, Railtown's platform integrates seamlessly with popular integrated development environment and IDE and continuous integration and continuous deployment CI/CD tools such as video studios, VS Code, Azure DevOps, Jira, GitHub, Microsoft Teams, Slack, Zapier, and many more, enabling smooth workflow automation. The company's revenue model is focused on recurring software as a service, SaaS, subscriptions, which can support predictable cash flow and scalability. Do you hear that? Railtown's revenue model is based on recurring software as a service subscriptions, which can support predictable cash flow and scalability as more organizations adopt the platform. Railtown recently announced that it has entered into a memorandum of understanding to acquire AI Partnerships Corporation. I don't think that'd be here unless that deal is in its last throes of completion. Railtown recently announced that it has entered into a memorandum of understanding to acquire AI Partnerships Corp, AIP. AIP has a network of over 160 AI SaaS-based affiliate companies. The majority of these are based in Canada. These companies provide AI-driven vertical market solutions and developer tools. Toronto-based AIP's affiliates operate in 13 countries and serve over 5,000 clients in industries such as fintech, healthcare, manufacturing, and supply chain management. The company's, quote, AIP Central, unquote, platform connects the affiliates, allowing them to subscribe to each other's services and pursue opportunities together in a shared environment. Railtown sees significant value in leveraging the AIP affiliate sales network and also in the opportunity to add a common platform layer for all affiliates and their end user clients to utilize. So let me reread that. It's a big part about this acquisition. Railtown sees significant value in leveraging the AIP affiliate sales network. Also, significant value in the opportunity to add a common platform layer for all the affiliates and the affiliates' end user clients to utilize. 165 companies and their end users using the common platform layer conductor. According to Brandolini, bringing AIP and Railtown together will offer clients not just a marketplace, but also access to the core infrastructure and tools needed to build and deploy AI applications through the frameworks and services that Railtown has created. The approach is similar to how Microsoft offers both the partner network and access to its technical services, such as Azure Cloud, Azure DevOps, Visual Studio, GitHub, and more. Brandolini also emphasizes that the acquisition enhances Railtown's strategic positioning in the Canadian AI ecosystem. Quote, Railtown and AIP's goal, along with the Canadian government's AI program initiatives, is to build a strong Canadian ecosystem for Canadian companies to build and deploy AI-based technologies in Canada first, so they don't immediately need to look to the corrupt markets. I added that. They don't immediately need to look to south of the border, as well as being able. So this goal is to be able to address data sovereignty concerns as well, states Brandolini. Quote, so this was very much a sovereign AI ideology that we have here at Railtown and AIP as Canadian companies, to be able to provide as many of the most important services, tools, and frameworks that Canadian AI companies need and want. When asked, Senator Graham of Texas, what was his first name? He was asked how many guns he had. What was his name? Graham. He was not. He was kind of a big, tall, rugged-looking guy. He said, I have more guns than I want, than I need, but fewer guns than I want. Anyway, quote, so this was very much a sovereign AI technology ideology, that we have here at Railtown and AIP as Canadian companies to be able to provide as many of the most important services, tools, and frameworks that Canadian AI companies need and want. With its AI-powered platform and expanding network, Railtown is not only addressing the costly inefficiencies of software development today, but shaping how AI tools will support the next generation of work in this vitally important industry. Then there's a picture there of Corey Brandolini, Chief Executive Officer, Railtown AI Technologies, gives the listing date is November 29, 2021, and the website is simply railtown.ai, railtown.ai, and it gives a little blurb about Emily Jarvie from Australia. She's a Sheila. I think saying Sheila is respectful, but I'm not positive. I mean respect. All right, so let's Donna says hello to account settings. Dice is nervous. Dice Clay is nervous. The website itself was made by AI, fake company. He's nervous. Dice Clay, Wall Street Wolfie apes are going to take finger by storm like we did with GME and AMC. Jerome Powell, get the money printer because you're going to need it. All right, so Dice is along in finger. That'd be encouraging for everybody still in it. A shell. Are you and Ham on the outs? Don't let these jackasses between you guys makes me sad. I don't, I didn't, I wasn't upset with Ham, but he just decided, I think, just to dismiss me. So he went on. I think he's happy. He's working with Kristen Shaughnessy, who's terrific, and her skills are much better than mine at setting up a call, editing it, taping it, putting up there. So I noticed she took my name off her copy list. So I guess I am on the outs, but it wasn't done by me. It wasn't something I decided. And then I think he uses this guy Giannis as well. And I think Ham's working very closely now with Frank Benedetto. So I don't know what happened, but I mean, I don't know if we're on the outs. I just think he decided that's it. So anyway, I don't want to focus on it. And I have no ill will, but at the same time, we can all. It's a fortunate timing because, and that's why I just think everything lined up. I think it's fortunate. It's allowed me to focus on Railtown. And I mean it. Right? There's only one stock to own. When you're owning more than one. Railtown, it's the one stock to have when you're having more than one. Was that Schaefer? Schaefer is the one beer to have when you're having more than one. Hey, account settings. No, sorry, account settings says good evening, Donna. And A Shell says we still love you. Bravo, bravo, bravo. With a love like yours. Okay, I might have to sign off. Let's see, William, in case we have to wait until September for the news, do you think that would affect the stock price? I doubt it. I doubt it. The stock price is driven by Canada. There might be, the shorts are going to keep trying to short, but I really believe account settings that these guys are serious. They're working hard. And I'd be surprised if anybody at Railtown or AI Partners, for that matter, took even one day off from here to the end of the year. I think now's the race. The heat is on and it's time to go. So, no, I don't think it would necessarily affect the price too much. I bet there'd be other things, other announcements that would come out. But I really don't think account settings is going to go to September. I just think we have to prepare ourselves for that. That makes us less anxious, less nervous. I really think account settings, it has to be done next week because I don't think anybody wants to go into August, which is vacation city, and count on and leave their own destiny to the fortunes of bureaucrats and the vagaries of attorneys and other professionals who can't get over themselves and their importance. So I think it's going to be done next week, account settings. I don't think you're going to have to wait. But no, I think this stock's going to take care of itself. It doesn't rely on us, our buying. And we're going to be along for the ride. So if everyone doesn't mind, let me just see. Somebody sent me one. No, it's nothing to talk about here. So anyway, I'm going to sign off. I want to let everybody know again that you are the best. Look what you've done. 9.1 million shares. You are bigger than any holder in this, as far as we know, in this stock, other than the two principal founders. I'm sure there's someone else, but we don't know about them yet. This is amazing. You are strong. You're going to have an impact. And we can, over time, change the system and make it right. One way we can do it is with this capital backing. We could start an exchange. We could buy an exchange. We could start a fund. We could buy a fund. We could start a brokerage firm. We could buy a brokerage firm. Establish an investment bank or buy an investment bank in the downturn. Maybe all of them, all together. And we'll call it the Railtown Exchange, Railtown Brokers Firm. But we can make a difference using the system's rules, which is they respect money. We'll have it. So I appreciate everybody listening. I most of all appreciate people having tolerance for when I act like Joe Biden, as that guy says, when I get worked up. But I don't mean to get worked up. I don't mean to raise my voice. It's just one of those things that is part of my I don't know if you call it personality, but it's just something that I've got to work on. I've worked on it all my life, and I don't have much time to fix it. All right. Anyway, peace to everyone. Peace, particularly to the children in Gaza Strip and the West Bank and their parents who are starving. I pray for an end to their suffering. I pray they can get food and shelter. I pray they can get the medicine they need and maybe have a little bit of fun of childhood. I do pray for the young people who were killed in Israel on October 7th and any others. Pray for the people, the families, the civilians killed in an unprovoked attack in Iran. I pray for all the soldiers and all the families and all the children in Ukraine being killed. I pray mostly that the radioactive waste and nuclear power plants, 28 of them in the Ukraine, that the radiation stays contained and does not infect the breadbasket of Europe. And I pray for God's creation, that it's protected from the radiation of Fukushima. And I wish peace around the world, and I wish peace to each and every one of you.